All right, I believe we're ready to begin. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll start with a roll call. Ann, please, thank you.
Councilmember McQuay. Here. Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Here.
Mayor Gary.
Here. All right, we'll go ahead and go into closed session. I don't see any comments at this time, so we'll go ahead into our special meeting. Adjourn. Here. All right, it looks like we have everyone here. We'll go ahead and begin. All right, it is 7:02 and we'll call our regular meeting to order. And will you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember McQuay,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
and Mayor Gary.
Here, thank you, Ann. Item number 3, there are no reportable actions in closed session. So we'll go to our ceremonial matters. And that will be the proclamation for National Victim Right Week. National Victims' Right Week, April 18th through the 24th, 2021. Whereas more than 26 million people become victims of crime each year, and these crimes are affected many families, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. And whereas the Alameda County Victim Witness Division is dedicated to ensuring the rights of crime victims and their families by providing services to aid in their recovery from the emotional, psychological, social, and economic impact of crime as they reclaim their sense of safety, well-being, and dignity. And whereas the victim witness staff assists victims of crime without regard to a person's race, gender, religion, nationality, sexual orientation, and gender identity or immigration status. Whereas victims are faced with many challenges as a result of crime, oftentimes victims enter systems that fail to meet their needs, provide appropriate services, and fail to treat them with dignity and respect they deserve. And involving survivors helps victim service providers and criminal justice professionals understand the culture, values, and expectations of underserved and underserved victims who seek assistance and justice. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim and Witness Assistance Program was the first such program established in 1974. The Alameda County District Attorney's Office continues to join forces with the victim service providers, criminal justice agencies, and concerned citizens throughout Alameda County and America to raise awareness for victims' rights and observe National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And whereas in 1984, the Crime Victims Fund was established by the Victims of Crime Act to provide a permanent source of support for crime victim services and compensation. And whereas Alameda County District Attorney's Office was the first in the nation to create a victim witness assistance division, and survivors, community service providers, criminal justice professionals, and victim advocates are working together to enhance a criminal justice system response that is accessible, culturally competent, and appropriate for all victims of the crime. And whereas in 2020, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division provided over 312 services to more than 56 crime victims, including but not limited to child victims of violence, sexual abuse, stalking victims, survivors of homicide victims, human trafficking, crimes against elders and dependent adults, sexual assaults, domestic violence, robbery, and other crimes. Whereas the Victim Witness Assistance Claims Division assists more than 8 victims of crime in Albany in receiving state compensations, successfully compensated $15,165, which paid for services for victims of crime without independent means. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office has been a leader in outreach and service to underserved populations, including commercial sexual exploitation of children, sexual assault victims for cold hit, DNA cases, immigration victims, urban youth, and victims of the LGBTQ community, as well as victims with disabilities such as deaf and hard of hearing. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office has been bridging the gap between law enforcement and the community and building communities' trust in criminal justice system, it will continue to do so as over 40 years of victim services in Alameda County is celebrated. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 18th through the 24th of the year 2021, provides an opportunity to celebrate the energy, creativity, and commitment that launched the Victims' Rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. Now, therefore, the Albany City Council does hereby proclaim April 18th through 24th, the year of 2021, to be the National Victims' Rights Week in the city of Albany, and reaffirms the commitment to respect and enforce victims' rights and addressing their needs during Victim Rights Week and throughout the year, and express our appreciation for those victims and survivors of crimes who have turned personal tragedy into a motivating force to improve the response to victims of crime and build a more just community. Michelle, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. On behalf of the Alameda County District Attorney's Victim Witness Division, I would like to thank City Council for proclaiming Victims' Rights Week and recognizing the efforts being made to assist crime victim survivors. It truly reaffirms the commitment to respect and enforce victims' rights and addressing their needs. We look forward to working with you all in the future. And again, thank you so much for proclaiming this week.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to our next item, item 5. That's the city manager's report.
Madam Mayor, I have a question and a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There are
Hold on
two,
Go ahead, Councilmember
I'm
McLean.
sorry. There are two speakers with their hands raised. I don't know if you can see that from where you are. And then I do have a comment.
Let's see. I don't see that on my end, but go ahead. And if you want to let those.
They lowered their hands, probably
Okay,
not for the right item.
I understand. Okay, Councilmember McQuaid, you had a comment?
I do. Actually, I have a question. I submitted a resolution condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I'm curious why it's not on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Quay, for asking that and addressing that at this time. Please note that I've been in contact with the Asian community. We will be presenting that resolution and that proclamation in May. The community has asked that I present that resolution at our next city council member, which is what, April 15th? And then in May, we will have the proclamation.
Okay, just to remind everybody that council members are allowed to request item of business to be put on the agenda and that the mayor shall accommodate that. I don't feel that was done in this case. I'm glad to hear it'll come later, but this is such a critical time on this issue. I think it's a missed opportunity to stand up for our Asian American community. Thank you.
And thank you again for the comment. And please note that everything has been taken into consideration and will be on the next city council member meeting.
Oops.
All right, go ahead. Next item, city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Earth Day is coming up on Thursday, April 22nd. You can celebrate it all month with City of Albany. We have resources posted online and we'll be posting them online throughout the month. So please continue to check back for more information. The quick link is albanyca.org/Earth Day. The Washington Avenue Pavement Rehabilitation Project is continuing along. I again want to express my appreciation for staff working hard to get this project finished and the patience of our community as this project has had its challenges, and we are the first to admit that. We've had some logistical coordination issues with utilities working in the same area and some delays in the project schedule due to COVID issues. However, the good news, beginning on April 12th, there will be major road work in this area, Washington Avenue from San Pablo to Talbot and from Masonic Avenue to Pomona. During that week, as you can envision, we will have heavy equipment in the area and we'll be removing about 6 to 8 inches of old deteriorated pavement, replacing it with fresh pavement. To accomplish this work, it will be necessary to close certain sections of the street as they are working and restrict parking during construction hours. Staff and the contractors are working on notification to all directly affected. The sidewalk shading project has been completed as of March 31st. The improvements to accessibility have been made on various streets, and these are via our Albany Active Transportation Priority Pedestrian Network as funded by a grant from ACTC. Also, I know it continues to be in the news, and we're delighted with the support that is possible through the American Rescue Plan Act. I'd like to simply restate that staff continues to monitor the status of this opportunity. Currently, the matter is with Department of Treasury for final allocation of funding amount, as well as further definition on the restrictions of how the funding can be used. Once we have more information, we will absolutely be coming to the council with a proposal and a discussion item to identify application of those funds. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Nason, you had a question?
Yeah, can you fill us in on what we're doing with regard to the new construction in University Village?
As proposed by the university?
Yes, it was in the e-news. We get
Yes.
questions about it.
The most recent action there is that our Community Development Director, Jeff Bond, provided comments to their recent EIR, which the deadline for submittal was this past Friday. Also forthcoming on the next 2x2x2 agenda, there will be some shared discussion topics on UC Village proposed development and opportunities for partnership.
Can we get the comments that were submitted?
Sure.
Maybe put online so people can see them if they wish.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. All right, we will go to item number 6, which is good of the city public comment. Please note that during this time, each speaker has 3 minutes to speak to an item that is not on the agenda. All right, go ahead, Ann, if you'll go ahead and open it up.
Hi there. My name is Matt Johnson. I wanted to express appreciation to Mayor Gary and I think a few of you in support of the activist campaign that I'm involved with against Golden Gate Fields. It's a lot of you are probably pretty familiar with the situation there, where there have just been a lot of deaths to these horses that are completely unnecessary. And, these animals, we got video footage where they're whipped, on a regular basis. That's just the normal way that they're raced. And I've seen video of these horses that are in these stalls, almost their, 90% of their lives, something like that. And they're swaying back and forth, which veterinarians or animal behaviorists refer to as stereotypic behavior, where animals are basically going insane. They're swaying from side to side. I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you that's exactly what it is, because we don't really have routine inspections, or routinely people are going in there and really even seeing what's going on. They're very deliberate and very careful to avoid this kind of public scrutiny. And it's one of these examples that I think is, unfortunately is really common in America today, where public sentiment and the will of the public and good folks like you all can have a strong view and oppose something or feel a certain way, and it's just not reflected in our so-called democracy kind of being co-opted by the, in this case, a business that's owned by billionaires. So I know it's kind of a complex puzzle, exactly how we go about, undoing this. And there's at the local level, there's only so much you can do. But I appreciate what you have done. And if, some sort of like a resolution or some sort of a statement or appearing, there's very likely to be many public demonstrations in the near future. So anything you all can do for your continued support, we're very grateful. And with that, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Jeremiah. Good evening, council. Good evening, everybody. So yeah, I just want to mention a few things that I thought would be helpful for the city to make the city a better place for everybody, for all the citizens. No age discrimination, you know, from 0 to 200, you know. And so, you know, one thing, I don't mean to single you out, Vice Mayor Jordan, but it's in a good way because you have expertise in a lot of useful things. And I was wondering if maybe we could check out about school zones within the city of Albany. Because I don't know if you remember or not, for the past, I don't know, 10 years plus, I've been trying to mention school zones. I hit up the transportation department, got it on the agenda one time, but they didn't want to recommend it to city council or something. I don't know. But I'm still trying to push for school zones. You know, a lot of those kids can't speak up for themselves. They don't know how to get to these city council meetings. A lot of parents, they're too busy cooking dinner at this time right now, 7 o'clock on a school night. You know, they're not really on a Zoom meeting or at the city hall. So I try to speak up for people who can't speak up, you know, because it involves safety, and school zones are a really good thing. I don't know if it's in the municipal code yet. I've spoke with the transportation committee on their meetings, and somebody, I'm not mentioning any names, somebody keeps saying that Albany has them now. And I don't know, did I miss something? Did that finally happen? Because what a milestone. We should celebrate that. If Albany has school zones, that's great. We should let everybody know, because we can get the school zone grant from the state if it's in the municipal code book. So thanks for your help on that, Preston. I would really appreciate that. You know, and if we don't have school zones in the municipal code book, I really suggest it. I mean, I've been suggesting it for over 10 years now. So, I mean, every other city in the Bay Area has school zones, you know, for safety, slower speed limits, that kind of thing. Because the slowest speed limit around a school in Albany is 25 miles an hour. I mean, we got preschool, elementary schools, we got these brand new construction, we got all these brand new schools, but the speed limit around them is 25 miles an hour. You know, it has been for years. I just think 25 is too fast. Like, I suggest 15. You know, why don't we have school zones? Why don't we have any reduced speed around our schools? Like, 25 is too fast. It's unsafe. So please help our kids be safe. Get school zones. Thanks. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Crystal Heath, and I'm a veterinarian and lifelong horse person. I'm also a graduate of UC Davis, where I studied equine science and medicine in both undergrad and veterinary school. And I have retrained retired thoroughbred racehorses for new careers. I also have my own horse. This week, 2 more horses died at Golden Gate Fields, bringing the total to 9 and making Golden Gate Fields the deadliest track in the state. But we can't also forget the many other unreported thoroughbred racehorses who will be shipped across the border to slaughter when their careers are over. The fact is, this industry produces thousands of unwanted horses every year. And while a racehorse's career is only about 3 to 4 years, they live to be 25 to 30 years of age or older. My own horse is 25 years old, and caring for a horse for that long with injuries they sustained during their racing career is expensive. And there are not enough people willing to take that on, especially when their breeders, trainers, and owners just want to get rid of them after their racing days are over. So they end up across the border to slaughter as their owners and trainers pocket any money they could get from their short career. And I also want to applaud the local residents who risked their freedom performing an act of civil disobedience on the track to halt the races and raise awareness about this issue, and to get us talking about it. And I urge the City Council to support them and condemn the lawsuits brought against them by the billionaire Stronach family. I urge you to please do what you can to stop the racing and perform a special investigation into Golden Gate Fields before more horses are killed, and voice your opposition to this inherently cruel industry taking place in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Rasa Petroskaita, and I'm a volunteer for animal rights for over 5 years now. And I'm also here to ask you to take whatever action you can to please close down Golden Gate Fields racetrack where the horses race. Horse racing is an unnecessary industry that causes great harm to horses. So please take whatever action you can to close down the racetrack, not only on moral grounds and because of compassion for the horses, but also because there are other reasons that may facilitate this closure. The racetrack may violate local environmental, city, and county codes, which would make it easier logistically to close the track. Also, closing the racetrack will be an important step in showing Bay Area residents that local governments support compassion for animals. This may serve as a precedent for future legislation that helps animals, even potentially on the state level. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hello, my name is Veer Choksi, and my comment is also in regards to Golden Gate Fields horse racing track. It's an issue I'm very concerned about. The owners are suing nonviolent demonstrators over an action last month for over $25,000 in an effort to repress activism and to scare the public from speaking out. I'd like to ask City Council to please make a statement condemning the lawsuit and to speak up in whatever way you can against Golden Gate Fields and the horse racing industry. Some facts about Golden Gate Fields. More than 500 horses have died at the Golden Gate Fields racetrack since 2007. And since reopening the track this year, already 9 horses have died. Horse racing is a very cruel sport. Horses are subjected to poor diets, drugs, whipping, racing injuries, and slaughter. And the industry also exploits its workers and people with gambling addictions. Instead of using this valuable land space for an outdated industry that profits off of gambling and animal cruelty, it could be used instead to house members of our community who sleep in the streets. I stand with the rising majority of the public in saying that we're better off without places like Golden Gate Fields. Thank you for listening, and I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment.
Mic check. Hello, hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Curtis. I'm also here to talk about Golden Gate Fields, and there's no doubt in my mind that this industry eventually will go the way of animals and circuses. Using animals for entertainment is inherently immoral, and history will show that there was 2 sides here, and you all have a unique opportunity to take a stand and potentially be one of the first places in the United States to really do something about this. There's already tons of public support. You have a global animal rights network that is headquartered right here that wants to help with this in whatever way you can. We have many dedicated people here that are, applaud you all for the work that you've done and want to work with you moving forward. Just a couple years ago, fur was banned in California, and that started in Berkeley, and it quickly spread to San Francisco, and then it went to the whole state. And this could, in the same vein, potentially do the same thing. And I'm urging you all, please, to stop this industry, stop this, billionaire Stronach family from continuing to exploit animals for money, and also to make a statement condemning the lawsuit against the activists, the brave activists that spent almost an entire day laid down on the track to stop the races. Please please speak up against this industry. 9 horses have already been killed this year. It's the second deadliest track in the entire country. There's only one racetrack in the entire country that has killed more horses than Golden Gate Fields. And it is legalized violence, legalized cruelty that is happening right here. And I believe we all have a moral obligation to speak up against this. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hi,
Go ahead next.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I want to briefly talk about 4 subtopics, although I have to say that I support the people that are talking about the racing. The first topic is that I'd like to request that when the council returns to reviewing the policy manual, that you revisit 2 items that didn't get much attention. First is section A8, recess policy, which grants discretion to the city manager to take action on matters related to the council during the recess in August without consulting anyone. Although it was pointed out when you were talking about that this has never come up, it's not actually a reason to allow it. After all, we live in an earthquake-prone area, and we are told to bolt our houses to the foundation, even though none of us has had our house fall off the foundation. So I think anticipating something is a good idea. But then on the other hand, if it's really, the assumption is it will never happen, then why do we have this in the policies? So I'd like to see that discussed in more detail. And the second is section C, City Council Member Emergency Substitute Policy, which gives the right to any council member for any reason to remove or replace a standby officer with or without cause. This seems strange at best. My second one is at a recent council meeting, Councilmember Nason offered some negative and misleading comments about the community of people who were living on the bulb for many years and then were evicted by the city, many of them ending up on the streets for years. I encourage anyone who would like to know about the facts about this to watch the October 21st, 2013 council meeting video recording found on the city website. In this recording, you can hear from the folks who are asking to be allowed to find permanent housing before being evicted. However, that didn't happen, and instead the council chose an expensive and useless course of action that caused irreparable damage. Councilmember Nason also mentioned a woman's death in her statement, and I'm not sure if that's why she thinks this cruel and short-sighted eviction was a good idea. But again, I'd encourage the public to find out more about this topic and come to your own conclusions. Third, I'd like to suggest that the meeting start with a short reading by a local student, as I've mentioned in the past. And fourth, I'd like to request that the public be allowed to comment when the city manager makes her report, because sometimes there are questions that people might have about some of the things that are reported on. For example, I have some questions about the work that's being done, but there's no opportunity to do that. And also, I just have a request that if it would be possible that maybe at the beginning of the meeting or sometime during the meeting for somebody just to announce how many attendees there are, since we're not in a chamber. I have no idea how many people are here and we can't tell, the public can't tell, and I'd just be curious if that could just be part of what you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, go ahead, please.
Hello. My name is Sangeeta, and I wanted to just speak from someone from the public. And I unfortunately have been to the Golden Gate racetrack a few years ago, and I'm ashamed to say that, because had I known about the cruelty that was going on that's been exposed recently, I would never have gone. My friend would never have gone. And I know a few people that have gambling addictions, and you know, this is going on right in our backyard. I feel we're supporting that, you know, and I know that they reopened the track recently. I think there was an outbreak or something like that, a coronavirus outbreak, and they've already reopened. It seems like they're not taking the public seriously, our safety seriously. They're not taking the workers seriously. And, you know, all these horses are dying, and they have the audacity to condemn the activists and say that they're putting the horses at risk. It's ridiculous to me. And I really hope that you all do what you can to support these activists and let them peacefully protest, and, you know, let the public know what's going on. We definitely deserve to know what's going on. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hi, My name is Cassie King, and I'm also here today to speak in support of closing Golden Gate Fields. So I will keep it brief because there are so many of us here, but there's a reason for that. Dozens of people are on the call today speaking out against Golden Gate Fields because times are changing. Horse racing is one of the last blood sports that's allowed in our nation. If you don't know, cockfighting and dogfighting have been banned in all 50 states, and dog racing has been banned in most of the United States too. And it might not be in your power to ban horse racing in Albany, but that's certainly in the cards. That is the future. And you can definitely be a part of making history and helping end horse racing as an industry. So we'd love to have your support in the form of a statement supporting these activists, condemning the lawsuit, just speaking out against the track even more than you are. And if there's any way that we can help you, we are an asset. We are here to help you. We would love to find out how we can better help you to take action against the track. So please let us know what we can do. We're here and ready to help the horses and help use this space better for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Albany City Council. My name is Rocky Chow, and I'm one of the activists who locked down in Golden Gate Fields a month ago. I am here to make a plea for the City of Albany to voice your opposition to Golden Gate Fields and the horse racing industry as a whole. I have few memories of my dad growing up since he passed away when I was 11. And one of my vivid memories of him was me as a little child going with him regularly to horse racing tracks, such as Golden Gate Fields. He loved horses, so he would take me to these races at least once a month to see them while spending the whole day there, enjoying the races and bonding. Horses are extremely intelligent social beings who form bonds with their friends and family. No different than myself, no different than any of us. Horses, however, are taken from their families and trained starting at 1.5 years old and race as early as 2 years old, even though their bones don't fully develop until they're 5. And to give you an idea how young the horse abusing industry races them, a 2-year-old horse is about the equivalent to a 6-year-old human child. So just imagine if this was a 6-year-old human child being forced to race, putting immense stress on their bodies for our so-called entertainment. But fortunately, we don't force human children to race. Rather and sadly, we encourage children such as myself then to watch other children who happen to be horses to race, and sometimes their agonizing death. And when I found out what horse racing industries like Golden Gate Fields do to these horses, I was livid. I never knew the horses are raced starting at a young age, drugged to mask the pain they feel when they get similar injuries, or even get killed once we are done using their bodies as if they are commodities to be extracted. The horse abusing industry sell the idea that this is a family fun entertainment, and I believed it. My dad believed it. And now I know that it's not family fun. This is violence. And that's why I knew I need to take action to elevate the voices of these innocent giant beings, which is why I perform an act of civil disobedience in the middle of the field. And I'm damn proud to have done it. So Albany City Council, I am heavily urging you to do 2 things today. Make a statement condemning the lawsuit against nonviolent activists like myself. And 2, make a statement against Golden Gate Fields and the horse racing industry. Speak up for the horses and speak up for decency. Let's shut down this industry, create things that serve us and the animals rather than harming them, and teach our children compassion and stop indoctrinating them any further to normalize cruelty like what happened to me when I was young. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Hi there, my name is Elmira. I'm a Berkeley resident and the lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere. Going to echo a lot of what people have said already. So I just want to add a couple comments. The first is that this is not just the 30, 40 of us on this call. There's a petition that we've been circulating around that has over 35,000 signatures already since just the action that took place that Rocky was mentioning earlier, people asking this track to be shut down. And I know that we were at a council meeting a couple months ago and that there are complications, whereas a city cannot actually ban horse racing. But I think that I don't want that to be used as an excuse or something to hide behind to prevent you all from taking the action that you can take. So there are a lot of things that you can do. Together, you could make a statement, a public statement as a city council. You could do that together with Berkeley. You could write to the California Horse Racing Board. You could follow up with the potential environmental violations that are happening at Golden Gate Fields in order to shut them down. You could think about other ways that their business license could be affected because of what they're doing to the city. So I don't want to use this almost excuse that, hey, this is regulated at the state level to prevent you from taking action, because I find it unfathomable that there is a place where 9 horses have died already this year, the largest or one of the largest COVID outbreaks in the East Bay, and literally a factory farm. You know, Golden Gate Fields is classified as a factory farm. There's a factory farm in the East Bay, and I don't believe that it's just okay for us to just let this happen and not do anything about it. So I would urge you to do one of those things that I've suggested, one of the many things people have suggested on this call: speak up, take action, do something to end this atrocity in our own backyards. Make a statement against the activists who are just trying to do the right thing and are now being sued by billionaires because they know that they can try to intimidate us. But we're not going away. Obviously, we're here, and I appreciate everything that you are going to do in order to address this issue in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next, go ahead.
I think that's me. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go
Hi
ahead, please.
there. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council people. My name is Karen Rubio, and I'm an organizer in the South Bay with Plant-Based Advocates. I'm an animal rights advocate. So I'm going to skip over a lot of what I was going to say because people have said it before, and I already sent you an email. I just want to include one little bit, is that I had just such a pure love for horses when I was a child. My family wasn't that well off. I wanted a horse. I wanted riding lessons. That wasn't in the cards. So all I did was draw horses and read about them. So it was just to my dismay when I grew up and learned what really happens with horse racing. And what you've heard about tonight, and what you probably already know, is that horse racing is incredibly cruel. Their animals are used, they're basically broken, and then they're sold off for slaughter. They're sent to Canada or Mexico to be slaughtered and sold for their meat. And this just really isn't a way we want to treat such beautiful, magnificent animals. I feel that horse racing is just an outdated industry that needs to go. It's not something that we want to teach our kids. It's just a relic of times past, along with greyhound racing, racing sled dogs, rodeo, cockfights, and dog fights. It has to go. So I am calling on the city council to do what you can do. Condemn the lawsuit against the activists who are protesting peacefully, and also take a stand against Golden Gate Fields, and make a statement. And just want to wrap up with, I really liked your proclamation at the beginning about victims' rights. And I teared up because I noticed the parallel with horses. They are also victims, and we have to protect them. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Omar Cardi, and I just want to take a moment first and foremost to thank everybody on this call for your civic duties and helping out the community. Also want to just take a second and have a moment of silence for the more than 500 horses that have died in the city of Albany since 2008. Thank you. I don't see my time running, but I want to just take a second. On December 19th, which is 2 days before my birthday, there was a horse by the name of Love Wins. Love Wins was 2 years old and they died. The reason? Other. This is what we have done to animals in our city. We have commodified them to the point that we don't even need to explain why they're dead. Everybody here looks very compassionate and very engaged and seem to genuinely care about what's going on in your communities because you're here. I have two daughters. I took my oldest daughter at the time, she was my youngest daughter, to a horse track in San Francisco. I will never forget the condition that one of these horses, I don't know if you guys know this, but before each race, they bring each animal into a room where everybody can gawk at this animal and see how much they're going to potentially make profit off of them. This animal was foaming out of their mouth, totally distraught. My daughter grabbed my hand and looked up at me and said, "Dad, what do you think is wrong with that horse?" I didn't know what to tell her. I hadn't been back to a horse track since then. She's 23 now. She was probably 4 at the time. The last time I stepped foot on a track was then, until I locked myself down to stop the races and tried to right some of my wrongs. I didn't know what this industry does fully and how it has nothing to do with animal care and 100% with profit, animal cruelty, and environmental degradation. Thank you all for supporting us. I just ask that you maybe publicly say something. I know that this probably weighs heavy on all of you, and I really do appreciate your support. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Omar. Next, please.
Hello, members of Albany City Council. I'm Margarita Fedorova, and I'm asking you to hold your local businesses accountable by condemning Golden Gate Fields and the lawsuit against nonviolent activists who protest against it. It used to be legal to watch humans fight to the death, and now we still allow horses to be raced to the death. No sport that ends in death is moral. We have all heard the arguments about what makes horse racing unethical, and we all know why Albany is complicit in horse racing. Let's be real, it's the money. It's the money from taxes taken out of the hands of sick, addicted, debt-carrying Americans. How is it worth it? Is it worth the toxic runoff that is likely killing the biodiversity that is keeping our planet alive? Is it worth abandoning the houseless people right across the street? 300 plus workers got infected with COVID because of Golden Gate Fields. Albany City's vision statement is, the city of Albany is environmentally and fiscally strong, champions of a healthy local economy, fosters safe, diverse, and engaged neighborhoods, and treasures its unique waterfront. However, staying silent against the damages caused by the horse racing industry in Golden Gate Fields is not assisting that mission. 35,000 petition signatures from the public for the end of Golden Gate Fields. This is what the public believes in. Support your community members and publicly condemn the lawsuit against nonviolent activists in Golden Gate Fields, a company actively profiting off of gambling addictions. Use that land to support the people across the street who don't have access to a safe, diverse, and engaged neighborhood. Actually treasure the unique waterfront by protecting it, not profiting off of its destruction. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Tania Campos, and I'm also joining the meeting tonight because I'm extremely concerned by the animal cruelty that's taking place at Golden Gate Fields. Like a lot of people have already mentioned, hundreds of horses have died since it opened. And this year alone, 9 horses have already been killed. That is heartbreaking, devastating, and we need to do something about it. And not only that, but last year, there was a COVID outbreak that infected more than 300 people. So we know that there are many reasons why we must do something about this. And as you already heard, there are activists who are now being sued for taking action against horse racing, and we need to stand with them. And that is why I would like to ask you to condemn the lawsuit against the activists and to take a stand against horse racing, because we know it's wrong and the public continues to learn that it's wrong. So I would hope that our elected officials do the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you all again. Thank you all for your work here. My name is Samantha, and I'm a member of Direct Action Everywhere and a concerned horse lover. I'm deeply disturbed by the deaths at Golden Gate Fields and the conduct of the management. Golden Gate Fields is owned by the Stronachs, a Canadian billionaire family, who is suing local residents for $25,000 for, quote, risking the health of horses. but really for getting in the way of their profits. This is a disgusting misuse of our legal system, which should be used for prosecuting the people who abuse and kill horses. 9 horses have died at Golden Gate Field since January, making this track the deadliest state and the second deadliest in the nation. It's deeply shameful that this facility continues to operate, let alone kill horses with impunity. The most recent death, the Lost Mente, died in a gruesome incident that was broadcast for all to see. I would like to bring the council's attention to the video of the most recent death at Golden Gate Fields. Even though it is wretched and horrifying, I suggest that you watch it. The horse is in the back of the pack, suddenly plummets headfirst, flips over, throws the jockey, and does not ever rise. This is the reality of racing, something the industry cannot avoid. If they could be more humane, they would have done so by now. My request is threefold. I would appreciate it if the council made a public statement, along with denouncing the lawsuit, that draws attention to the visible death of this beautiful animal, and then also demand a special investigation as the Berkeley City Council did in 2020. Thank you very much. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Zoe Rosenberg, and I am very distressed about what is going on at Golden Gate Fields. I'm the founder of Happy Hen Animal Sanctuary. It's an organization that I founded when I was 11 years old. I'm 18 now, and I'm now a student at UC Berkeley. But I've spent the past 7 years of my life rescuing animals from factory farms, animals in some of the worst, most horrific conditions imaginable, and bringing them back to life. And, you know, I really want to see all of the horses at Golden Gate Fields get rescued, because that is a factory farm. It's just as horrible as a factory farm. And to top it off, all of these innocent horses are being raised to their deaths, and that is not okay. It is not acceptable. And I am calling on you to condemn the lawsuit against nonviolent activists who are speaking up for the rights of these horses, for their right to be free and safe and happy, and to take action to shut down this horrible place. The animals are counting on you, and we really need to create a kinder world. And, you know, we can all be a part of making that happen. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Marcus, and I'm just going to be brief. I think everyone has already really said what really needs to be said. I just think that is horse racing is just inherently cruel. It's just a place where gambling addicted people come to watch horses run themselves to death, and the ones that are fortunate enough to survive a season end up being killed anyway. It's totally wrong to try to bully activists or anyone for trying to speak the truth. And I'm just asking that the city council just please be the champions that we all need. Support the activists, condemn the lawsuit against them, and condemn horse racing. That's all I have to say. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Nick Pilch, Albany resident. I appreciate the people who've spoken up against horse cruelty at Golden Gate Fields, but I raised my hand to speak up about and to ask the question about the City Hall reopening. I posed this question to you, and I may have missed any follow-up, but I don't recall having received any follow-up about when City Hall might be reopened. I do not wish to accelerate any reopening, nor do I wish to put any staff or electeds at risk. But I do think if we have a timeline for reopening, that would help the entire city. I bring this up because a resident reached out to me who was very interested in using the passport services office since it was so convenient. And I do know that a lot of our residents use that office as well as use other services at the City Hall. So some word on a plan for reopening would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Mayor Gary, Vice Mayor Jordan, council members Tiedemann, Nason, and McQuaid, Brian Beal here, DevOps engineer, 14-year Albany resident, Vice Chairman of the Parks and Recreation Commission. As usual, speaking on behalf of myself, it's hard to talk about what I was going to talk about after hearing about just, everyone's emotional feelings about the horse track racing. My one comment on it, I guess, would be that the city is limited on what it can do about these things. What I would point to long term is if the city wants to change this behavior, the best way would be to offer economic alternatives to the Golden Gate Fields Company to find more rewarding uses for the racetrack. I think there's opportunities are out there, but that would be the way to actually change something. And also Jeremiah's comment and ongoing speeches about the establishing school safety zones. I think that's something to support. The reason I wanted to talk tonight was a topic. It's been brought to the Parks and Recreation Commission. It's been brought here. It really affects the whole city, and I just think it's something that should be pointed out, and there should be some sort of effort to deal with. And that's the topic of litter. It seems like a relatively unimportant thing, but I think it has a big impact on the city in a lot of ways. In terms of the parks, it affects our enjoyment of the parks because it creates this unnatural kind of environment. In terms of our business districts, if there's litter around, that makes them look less attractive to potential customers. In terms of our homes, if there's litter lying around, then that could potentially lower the value of your property by making it look less appealing to potential buyers. But it also plays into discussion about crime because an environment where there's a lot of crime, and I also wanted to bring up, a lot of litter, and I also wanted to bring up graffiti here at this point because the businesses along Sam Hadlow I'm seeing have been victimized by graffiti. I just imagine, being a business owner that's gone through this, we were closed down and everything, and to have insult added to injury to have spray paint. Well, the long and short of it is this creates an environment that encourages crime because it makes it look like no one really cares. So anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Virginia, and I'm here with my friend Shiki, and we are concerned citizens. We're also here to urge you to take a public stand against Golden Gate Fields and horse racing, and to condemn the lawsuit against the nonviolent activists who expose the violence that's happening there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Council of Albany. Good evening. I'd like to touch on the subject of Golden Gate Fields tonight. If I can keep this short and brief, horses that are made to run at high speeds are often young horses. They are prone to significant risk of injury, sometimes catastrophic injury, death through trauma, and/or euthanasia when they are no longer useful to the horse racing industry. In addition to gambling, the odds really are stacked against their will to live, consent to forced racing, and choice of freedom. I would think that the general public agrees that horse racing is cruel. I would like to see these horses placed at safe havens like sanctuaries. Please consider working with and supporting grassroots animal rights activists like Direct Action Everywhere. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hi there. Thank you for having us. My name is Paul Darwin Picklesheimer. I've been a resident of Berkeley, California since 2016. But I live on Catalina Avenue, which is just a street north of Solana. So I shop and hike and walk and just spend a lot of time in Albany. So thank you all for your service to the city. I think Albany is an amazing city, and I'm really happy to be so close to it. Before I lived here, I grew up, born and raised in West Virginia, and I grew up 5 minutes from Mountaineer Racetrack, and I just come from a racing background with a lot of family who are in the industry. My cousin Tyler is the current director at Turfway Park in Kentucky. My late uncle, Ricardo Gonzalez, was longtime owner and trainer of horses at Mountaineer Racetrack. My aunt, Ellen Gonzalez, was the secretary for the Horsemen's Association there for many years. And so I've seen, people who work in the business and in that area, ways that they care for animals, frankly. But I've also seen that despite all of that, that it always ends the same way for the horses. It ends bad. They get exploited, they get hurt, they get sent away to slaughter, and it's not a good life for them. It's just absolutely animal cruelty. I've also seen what it's like when your father suffers from compulsive gambling and can't pay the bills 1 month because he lost it at the horse racing track. I've seen what that can do to other families, tear them apart, rip them to shreds, drive them in different directions that sort of ruin their life. And I think that gambling alone is fairly, pretty unethical because it preys on people who are not in a great position a lot of times. And so I think that's a really sad thing to have here in the East Bay, in such an amazing city, an amazing area. I'd like to see that come to an end. And I certainly would like to see no more animal racing happening anywhere in Albany or Berkeley. Animal racing is cruel. I mentioned I came from West Virginia. I lived near one of the last dog racing tracks, and I just don't think animal racing is all right at all. And I have a lot of faith in you all to put your heads together and work with these grassroots activists, of which I am one myself, and try to come up with a solution. I don't think that our hands are tied by the California Constitution. I think there are ways we can work on this, even if it means changing that Constitution. But in the meantime, whatever shows of support you can give to the activists and more importantly to the animals themselves to help create an East Bay that has a piece of property like that, to let it be an amazing spot. Like, imagine just how many amazing things we could have there instead of this, frankly, a stain on the East Bay. So I really appreciate your work, and I really appreciate any support you can lend to this cause to end horse racing in California and to shut down Golden Gate Fields in the short term. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hello? Oh.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Julie. I'm also here to speak about Golden Gate Fields. Thank you for being so patient with all of our speakers on this. I know there's a lot of us. Thousands of horses in California are victims of the horse racing industry each year, and it's nothing more than a purely capitalist, exploitative, profit-driven, violent industry where horses are treated as either money-making or money-costing machines. And as soon as they're money-costing machines, they're killed. And it has historical connections to organized crime and gambling addiction that destroys lives. No one, whether human or non-human animal, deserves to be exploited and violently killed for profit and entertainment. It doesn't belong in today's evolving society, especially in Berkeley and Albany, one of the supposedly most liberal and compassionately aware places on the planet. But this area is long overdue to lead the way in ethical standards, as it's been coasting on its progressive image since the 60s, with not a lot of real leaps and bounds in social justice progress since then. This barbaric industry is a moral stain of cruelty, enslavement, and exploitation. Please do all you can to shut down this archaic center for greed and violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
There's an attendee, Ryan Badagon. It seems like he's using an older version of Zoom, so please either call in here to make the public comment, or you can send an email to citycouncil@albanyca.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Go ahead, please.
Alicia, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to say that I strongly agree with what others have said about Golden Gate Fields. I had prepared something much longer, but I think y'all get it. And I just want to also echo, I hope if you can, you'll condemn the lawsuit and just support whatever ways we can working to get this place shut down and using it for some good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
That's it.
Thank you so much, Ann. Bring it back to the City Council. Is there anything anyone would like to say or address? All right, I would like to thank everyone who spoke on public comments. Please note that we have noted your comments and we will address accordingly. All right, we'll go to consent calendar items number 7. I'll zoom around the room. Councilmember McQuaid. Nothing. Councilmember Nason. Nothing. Councilmember Tiedemann. Nothing. Vice Mayor Jordan.
7-1 and 7-8, please.
7-1 and 7-8.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. And then myself, I have 7-5, 7-7. I think that's it. All right, I'll go out to public. All right, it looks like I'll bring it back into council. I'll start with you, Vice Mayor Jordan, on 7-1.
Thank you. Yeah, so this regards minutes and want to suggest a correction to, I think, what was said. This regards item 10-1, which is the policy review, and specifically the contemplated policy on a formal process for the mayor being selected each year. Minutes say that if a council member opts not to ascend to vice mayor when it is their turn, they would go back to the bottom of the queue. And I believe that the policy that was put forward, proposal that was put forward in the last council was actually for a council member who opts not to ascend to vice mayor to remain in the position that they're in the queue, and a council member who is the vice mayor and opts not to ascend to mayor would go to the bottom of the queue. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And with that, I'd be happy to support at the appropriate time. Approval of minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go to consent item number 5. I just have a few questions about the purchase of the vehicle. When we went out to get bids, I only saw one. I just wanted to make sure, or just ask the question, were 3 bids provided and we just selected this one?
Hi, this is Chief Calkins. I can answer that. Hi. Good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we had 2 bids that were on there, and one was a refusal to bid because they weren't able to provide a bid for a 2022 vehicle, which has been difficult to find somebody who wants to bid on a vehicle that's 6 or 8 months out. So there was 2 bids, and the cheapest bid was chosen by Oak Grove Winter Chevrolet.
Okay. And then as far as the vehicle that's being replaced, so what happens? Are we selling that? And if we are selling the vehicle, is that money used for down payment? How are we using those funds?
There's probably little value in the 17-year-old vehicle. It's pretty worn. That will be a decision of the finance director, how she would like to allocate that, if it would go back into the reserve funds or, but we would, as a fire department, we would want to get rid of the vehicle. It's costly to keep and repair. So whatever funds that were there, if any, would be the city manager and the finance director would provide that information.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
And accidentally pulled the wrong one. I didn't want 7.6. That was just in my stack. Sorry about that. I will go to 7.7, and I just had a couple of questions about that.
Mayor, are you discussing 7.6 now or 7.7?
7.7.
Thank you.
All right. And so with the, looks like we were owed 97,000 from the initial amount. Is there any forecasting that you have with the money that we saved in the initial allocations to utilize those funds?
Good evening, council members. This is Jeff Vaughn, the Community Development Director. We haven't allocated any remaining unused funds for any other project at this time.
Okay. All right. Go to Vice Mayor Jordan, 7.8.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm interested in the possibility of, from looking at the plans for the signalization of a bulb out into Marin from the northwest corner of the intersection with Masonic. There are bulb outs on the other three corners shown. There is not one on that corner. My understanding from conferring with staff is that the curb lines that will be established have now been transferred over to the engineering for the Marin Avenue repaving project, at least for that part of repaving Marin. I'm concerned, though, that if the decision is to add a bulb out there, that it might have some nexus with the engineering of the signalization process. In other words, well, for example, the signal poles might be more advantageously positioned in a different location. Part of my interest for the bulb out is that there are bulb outs shown in the background of the drawings on the east side, so along the Greenway. And my understanding is that the green time on Masonic will be key to a design velocity for people that are crossing Marin in the crosswalks. And so to have a shorter crosswalk on the east side than the west side means that the green phase will have to be held to the design standard for the west side. So there could be some advantage to having crosswalks the same length if they can both be shortened. So I'm just interested in hearing from staff how these projects, in terms of their engineering, are articulating, and if the design of the signalization project is so far along that this bulb out couldn't necessarily be taken advantage of. It's decided in the other project that it will be added. Thank you.
Yes, good evening again, council members. This is Jeff Vaughn, the Community Development Director, and filling in temporarily for Mark Hurley in the Public Works Department, so bear with me. So we're aware of the interest in the bulb out in the northwest corner at Marin and Masonic, and we do have two overlapping projects. There's this project for the signals, and then there is a forthcoming project that is actually scheduled to go to the Transportation Commission later this month, to discuss the plans for the repaving of Marin, which will include bulb out work and improved pedestrian crossings and so forth. So the thinking on which project should do what elements is that the bulb out project, bulb outs would probably be better suited to the type of contractor that would be selected for the Marin paving project, as opposed to the type of contractor that might be doing the traffic signal installation. So that's our current thinking on this. We will be bringing to the City Council the final design for these intersections in the near future. It's already gone through the Transportation Commission. And like I said, the Transportation Commission will be taking up the Marin repaving this month. And we'll make sure that that your comment is addressed both when the design of these signal improvements come to council, as well as to the Transportation Commission later this month, to make sure that we're addressing that particular improvement.
Thank you very much, Director Bond. And Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gier. We're going to go back to item number 7.6. It looks like there was a public question, comment, and I apologize that I missed that. That's on item 7.6. Go ahead, please, and let Jeremiah in.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
You're muted, Jeremiah. You might need to press *6, I think it is. I can't quite remember if you're on a phone.
Okay, may have lost him. All right, we will go ahead and bring it back to the council at this time. Any other questions? Any other items? All right, anyone motion to pass the consent calendar?
I so move.
Seconded.
Looks like we have 3 seconds. We'll go with Councilmember Quaid. I heard her first. All right, go ahead, Ann, with the roll call.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. So move. All right, we will go to item number 9. This proposal urgency ordinance for grocery workers premium pay, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gary, members of the council. What you have before you is an urgency ordinance for grocery workers premium pay. The urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote, and if adopted tonight, it would take effect immediately. As you're aware, the pandemic has emphasized the importance of various workers that are considered essential, including frontline grocery workers. There have been various reports and studies of outbreaks in grocery stores. And in December, there was 146 outbreaks in supermarkets in Los Angeles. It was also reported in Northern California that there were 342 cases of outbreaks in grocery stores as well. During this time, the grocery stores have had increased profit, and they initially, many of them provided for increased pay, commonly known as hero pay, to their workers. But as the pandemic progressed, that has subsided, that increased pay. However, as you're also aware, we still have an ongoing pandemic. A majority of our residents in Alameda County are not yet vaccinated, and we do have numerous variants that are spreading more quickly. So what is before you for consideration is an ordinance that would provide for an additional $5 per hour to workers, grocery workers, and the effectiveness would occur immediately. It would be in effect for a minimum of 60 days and until the county reaches the yellow tier. Grocery store, is defined to include 70% of more of businesses retailing a general range of food products. There must be at least 300 workers nationally and 15 employees per location. So it does affect a larger store as opposed to a smaller shop. There can be no retaliation against a worker. Furthermore, they have to be provided notice of their premium pay. And the ordinance allows for applicable relief in equity or in law for an aggrieved worker. It does not, one distinction this ordinance does not apply to, it does not apply to grocery workers who are covered by a collective bargaining agreement, since those workers have a means to negotiate increased salaries and appropriate health protections. There are several cities, as you're probably aware, who have adopted these premium pay ordinances. And several of those cities have also been sued by the California Grocers Association. I would be remiss if I did not point that out as well. I'm happy to take any questions you might have. And if not, I'm happy to go to public comment, whatever you prefer, Mayor.
All right, thank you, City Attorney. From council? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as a union member up until a few years ago, I am curious about this whether unions really have latitude to negotiate under these conditions if they're operating under existing contracts, multi-year contract. So it's not an area I know a lot about. So just wanted to ask if that is in fact the case, the union that is operating under a multi-year contract would have a basis to go in and negotiate under these conditions.
You know, I couldn't address that specifically. If you wanted to take away that exemption that made it not apply to unions or collective bargaining agreements, that would be the discretion of the council. It was one thought to address potential litigation that might come from the California Grocers Association, since that's one of the arguments they've made, but it is really a policy decision for the council to consider if you wanted to remove that exemption from the ordinance. That would be something you could do.
Thank you.
Councilmember McQueen. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Sorry, is it my turn?
It is.
Okay, thank you. I guess I have some questions as to why we're doing this at this point. It seems like we're going, fingers crossed, into yellow within the next week or so. And I know there's a 60-day window, but it seems like we've sort of missed our target. You know, and when I think about the small business owners that worked really hard during the pandemic and kept their businesses open and their workers were there, and we're excluding them from this, that doesn't feel real comfortable to me. I was dismayed, though, to see that Sprouts sort of picked both sides of us to help their employees. I believe it was Oakland and maybe Richmond. I'm sorry, I don't quite remember, but it seems like they did it for other stores. Have we had any contact with Sprouts to say, you know, what about us? We're here too. What about our workers? Have we reached out to them at all? And
no, we have not reached out to any of the stores.
And I'm thinking, since we haven't, perhaps the first step is to send Sprouts a letter expressing our dismay that the workers in the Albany Sprouts store did not get what the other workers got, and they need to fix that. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Nason, sorry about that. Thank you for your comment, Councilmember McQuaid.
Sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like this has been crafted to apply to Sprouts and only Sprouts.
It will likely only apply to Sprouts the way the definition of grocery store is. It's because it's especially if you keep in the collective bargaining exemption. If you remove the collective bargaining exemption, then it will apply also, I believe, to Safeway in addition to Sprouts. If you want it to apply to more than grocery stores, such as large retailers that have a percentage of their sales with grocery, or to drug retail stores, that would be revisions we could make, and we would bring that back at a future meeting. So those are also options for the council to consider.
Well, I guess I'd echo Councilmember McQuaid's comments. We're very late to this. It would have been, might have made sense to reach out to Sprouts in December when the other cities were passing ordinances, but doing it now, you know, a week out or so from reaching the yellow tier, and, you know, I don't know. I feel like it almost feels. I find this troubling. Of course, we want to support our community members who work at Sprouts, but I think that for the city council to jump in and pass an ordinance that applies to one employer and do it, you know, a week before the alleged problem is expected to end, just as a really troubling feel to me. I mean, maybe there's reasons for this that I don't understand. And is the staff recommend? Do I understand the staff is recommending this? Is that correct?
I was asked to prepare this by the mayor, so this is really a council decision.
Exactly.
Okay, so this is the mayor recommending this. Pardon?
Absolutely. I'll jump in. Excuse me. Thank you, Councilmember Mason. So So when the emails we started receiving back in March, I think our city attorney alerted us about, the fact that we were receiving emails and that this could potentially be litigation. And so at that point, I asked the city attorney to provide additional information. I could not make a decision based on the fact that we would potentially be sued. So once the city attorney and I met with her partner, we laid out, I got clear understanding on what that would look like. I called a special meeting because I knew the tiers were moving. So this could be discussed at that time. Due to the fact that no council members were available to have that special meeting, that's why this is before you. So it does seem like we're a little behind, but I was right on target with calling that meeting after I had enough information to make a sound decision to move this forward.
Okay, but this is your recommendation. I don't know. I'm a little troubled by the whole thing. I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
All right. Before we, is there any council members before we count? All right, we'll go to public comment and then we'll bring it back to the council. Go ahead, Ann. Thank you.
Are we keeping 3 minutes, Mayor?
2 minutes, please.
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. I'm actually over here at Sprouts right now. Just talking to the manager here, just talking to, her name's Letty. She let me let you know you could talk with her anytime you want. She's assistant manager over here. Just come over here and talk with her. She's been listening for the past few minutes. And so they said that they would love to be included in this. I asked them about their union and they said, no, we don't have a union. So I guess Sprouts grocery store workers don't have a union. So yeah, so I'm just, if you want to talk to Letty, she said she's willing to talk with, the city council, and support for everything. So yeah, Sprouts. So her name's Letty. She said you can come over here anytime, talk with her. They said, yeah, why not? Right. I said, what do you think? Are you in support of this? Hazard pay? She said, yeah, why not? We would love it. So I'm over here at Sprouts right now. So it's funny. You guys were just talking about Sprouts, what do they think? And I just happened to be here. So there's your answer. Her name's Letty. You can talk with her anytime. The manager talked to some other grocery person just now. They said, yeah, we'd love hazard pay for the next 60 days. They said, yeah, why not? Right. They'd love that. So, yeah, if you want to talk to Sprouts, you can. Her name's Letty. She said I could, mention her name, if you want to talk with her. She's an assistant manager over here up front. I think she wears a blue shirt. So she says, yeah, why not? That'd be great. So there's your live report from Sprouts. All right.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is John Gomez. I'm a 13-year grocery worker and a member and representative of UFCW Local 5. First, real quick, wanted to touch on the union exemption. In other cities that have passed this, it is actually not union stores exempt. What it is it gives the ability for the union and anybody they might have a bargaining agreement with, if a store that we represent or a company we represent has continued to pay hazard pay throughout the pandemic, for example, Lucky's, Save Mart companies, they would be exempt from having to pay the full, ordinance, and they would just continue paying what they are paying now. That being said, grocery workers have been at this since the beginning of the pandemic. We've dealt with anti-maskers. We've been cussed at, spat at, disrespected. We've gotten sick. Some of us has died. This $5 would go a long ways in, giving us a cushion, a peace of mind so that we can get our bills paid. our rent paid, if we get sick, we go to the doctor, we can afford the medicine, we can afford the doctor's visit. These companies have been making record profits. Sprouts, Safeway, big box stores like Target, Walmart, they've all enjoyed record profits since this pandemic started. They've all been able to stay open and operate since the beginning of the pandemic. And let's face it, when a grocery store worker applied for their job, they didn't expect to be risking their lives. They didn't expect to potentially die, to catch something and die. So I urge the council to move this forward and pass this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, there's an old labor song from the 80s that's called, "We just come to work here, we don't come to die." And I think it really applies to frontline workers. We give them a lot of lip service about how wonderful they are and we honor them. But this is a way for the city of Albany to do a concrete action. I really recommend that the city council vote for this. I think you need to include Target in it. As the last speaker said, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at my computer. Target, Sprouts, and Safeway have all made record profits during the pandemic and can well afford it. So it's not a matter of the employer not being able to afford it. It's a matter of the employer wanting to honor their workers in that way. And I think as members of this Albany, we should do it. It's not going after mom and pop businesses. We're going after these larger companies that can afford it. And we need to do more than pay lip service. We need some action here. So I really hope you do this. And thank you if you do it, because I think it's really important. It sends a really great message.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I want to support what Margie Marks just said, and that I agree that you should do it. I think Target should be included. I also am confused about saying that it's a little late. It says right in the thing, 60 days and until the county of Alameda is in the yellow tier. It doesn't say or. So it means that for 60 days, these workers would get $5 an hour more. And it may be nothing to you, but that's a lot of money for these workers. And so it seems kind of disingenuous to say, well, it's so late. 60 days at $5 an extra an hour, just think about that. And then somebody else mentioned, one of the council members, somebody said, why aren't the small businesses included? And I don't know if maybe you had the impression that the city was going to be paying the money, but it's the employers that are going to be paying the money. So that would be a reason why the small businesses probably won't be included. And I don't understand about the labor union part of it. I would hope that whatever turns out, that the people who are in the union or not in the union would all get the additional funds. And however that needs to be worded, I would really encourage you to do that. I think this is really important that you take this position, and I hope that you do it. And thank you, like Margie said, if you do.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Go ahead, Grace.
Hi, my name is Grace Farinacci, and I wanted to address what Councilmember McQuaid and Nason both said about the small businesses. And that would be a huge hardship on those business owners to come up with the $5 extra an hour. That's one of the reasons not to include them, although I understand and appreciate how it would be hard on those workers not to get it. The other comment made by both of those council members to just directly speak to Sprouts management about just giving the extra money of their own free will. We at Sprouts were told back in December, when some of the other cities were giving the hazard pay, we were told by our manager, Mario Mendez, that there is no way that Sprouts will give us that money unless they are forced to do it. And I just also want to let you know that Letty is not the store manager. She's the head cashier. So she has no authority to give us any more money. I just wanted to clarify that point. And the workers at Sprouts are 95% people of color. And grocery workers in general have a 1 in 5 chance of contracting COVID, whereas the rest of the population has a 1 in 100 chance. We have 1 in 5. And 10,000 people under the age of 65 in California who are people of color died from COVID. And 73% of the people in the age group between 35 to 49 were people of color, and they have died. And so when you put those numbers together, the people who are working at grocery stores, especially Sprouts, who are all people of color, are at such enormous risk every time they go in there. And
Grace, your time is up.
Okay, and they need to be compensated, even if it's at the last minute.
Thank you, Grace. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Ryan McGilly. I am an organizer with UFCW Local 5. We represent grocery workers and retail workers throughout the Bay Area. I just want to speak in favor of this ordinance. I want to say that since the very beginning of the pandemic, grocery stores have never closed, and our members have continued to work to keep us fed and keep our society going. Back in the very beginning of the pandemic, many, if not all, of the grocery stores throughout the nation were giving hazard pay and were able to afford hazard pay for their workers. Yet in the first weekend of June, they came together and ended it nationwide in every grocery store in the country to avoid any kind of media backlash of how they mistreat their workers. In that time, these stores have recorded record profits, and instead of reinvesting in their workforce and in protections for their workforce, they have participated in stock buybacks and increasing their personal portfolios and value. Our members have seen an increase in exposure to the virus. There's been increases in theft. There's been increases in violence against our members, including death and acts of violence that have required hospitalization. So I implore Albany to join 13 other Bay Area cities in adopting these ordinances for hazard pay for grocery workers. I know many people during last summer were banging pots and pans outside their window, honking their horns at 6 p.m. just for clout on social media. And we continue to call these workers essential. And I think it is time that we finally put our money where our mouth is and prove that these essential workers are keeping our society running. And I also want to address one thing that a council member mentioned. A yellow tier does not mean the pandemic is over. And that
Ryan, your time is up.
All right. Thank you for my time.
Hi, everyone. Brian Beal again, speaking on behalf of myself. In general, I want to speak in favor of this resolution. I'm a Democrat, so I'm pro-union and I'm pro-workers. I want to just start by appreciating my personal appreciation for people who are putting their lives on the line so that we can be safe. And this is very informative discussion. Like I wasn't aware previously that there was a 1 out of 5 chance. What I would say to Councilmember Nason's comments, I understand sometimes this is the way timing does happen. It almost seems kind of like a waste of time. But I think even if it were the case that this was going to be 1 week and it was going to be over, it's important to express our support for workers and do whatever we can. In terms of the inclusivity of who the tax goes to, yes, small businesses are having a very difficult time right now. We're seeing a lot of them are going out of business and being replaced by the big giants that we're talking about here. But I guess the one concern though is for those workers of the small businesses, you know, what happens to them? They kind of fall into this donut hole. So I think we need to also find a way to help them out. And I think that's pretty much what I had to say. I would urge you to go forward with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. Are there any other hands raised? Looks like we got them all. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Is there further discussion before we take it to a vote? Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please. And then Councilmember Nason.
Thank you. So I've got a couple comments, but to start off, just a question to Mala. We've heard a couple of people say that this should extend to Target. As it's currently written, this does not apply to Target or any other big box stores.
That's correct.
Do we have any idea how it would have to be written to include Target?
I do, and we even have draft language, but I did look back at the agenda description, and we're very specific about it applying to grocery workers. So while I have language I could present to you, because we didn't agendize it as a broader ordinance, I would be remiss in suggesting that that could move forward tonight, and that if you did want it to apply to Target, I would suggest you adopt it as is tonight, and that we bring back an amendment to add on Targets, and if you so desire, drug retail stores as well, or whatever your preference, any additional stores that are outside of the grocery context.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of this. You know, I think the fact that we're doing a little bit later than ideally would have done this, you know, maybe a year ago, but you know, we're doing it now, and I don't think that it's a little bit late is a reason not to do it. I think the mayor for bringing this forward. This is I think we all got the same emails from people. There were a lot of people in our community asking for this. So this is in response to a genuine groundswell of support. I'd also say that there's no reason to exclude unions from this. So I'd love to strip out that language and include as many people as possible and get this passed right now. These people have obviously done a huge service for us through the pandemic, and this is just a small way to recognize that service. And thanks for everyone for pushing on us to do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I'm wondering, do we, I don't know who I'd ask. I guess maybe ask you, Mayor Gary, do we know why Sprouts is not a unionized entity in a largely union industry?
That I
don't know.
I have no thought for that. Mala, have you done some research? That's not I don't know. Can answer that.
If we do get sued, what kind of budget are we talking about for that litigation?
I think it's in the $50,000 to $75,000 range.
Councilmember Nason, did you have more? Okay.
No,
Vice
no.
Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, on the cost, I was concerned about that as well. And let me start by commending the mayor for bringing this to us. We got these emails and I got spooked off by the prospect of a lawsuit. So obviously representation matters. So thank you for bringing this to us. I asked quite a few questions of staff, city attorney's office. One of them was the cost of the suit, and the estimate was $50,000 to $75,000, but potentially less because BPK, which is the firm the city attorney is with, has represents a number of other cities that have already passed these ordinances, and so they have a basis of familiarity with what is going on that they can work from. That wasn't initially accounted into that estimate. For myself, I've struggled with what to do on this issue. I certainly agree that being late is, for me, not a reason not to do something. I don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. And so being a scientist, I tried to look for the science. The best paper I found was out of UCSF. It was a study specific to mortality rates in different industrial sectors or occupations in California specifically. It found that for non-essential workers, they had a 10% increase in mortality risk in the last year for the period of study. For Black retail workers, they had a 40% increase in risk. And for Latino retail workers, they had a 36% increase. So coming out of that institution, that pretty much convinces me, yes, it's not just anecdote in cases, but there's real statistics to back this up. So I am in support of passing this after that process and passing it with provision 2N removed, because to my thin knowledge from having been a union member, I don't see how a union would be able to reopen its contract on this time frame to be able to make an adjustment.
All right. Anyone else before I ask for a motion? And then maybe we need to alter the language as suggested by Councilmember Tiedemann and Vice Mayor Jordan. So whoever would like to go first, that'd be great. Unless there are any comments from Councilmember McQuaid or Councilmember Nason. Hold on, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Wait, I'm not done.
I see your hand raised. I'm sorry, Councilmember McQuaid. Vice Mayor Jordan, did you need something real fast? Okay, Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm sorry, I thought he was going to make the motion. I wanted to jump in front of that train. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Nason. This is a little troubling, and especially if we're looking at expanding it to Target or maybe to the union stores. So I would like to look at the entire ordinance before I voted on it. I realize we'd have to come back, but I think that's probably okay. And you know, and I think there's still some value to reaching out to Sprouts. I mean, it makes sense to me that if they've taken action other places, and it won't hurt, especially if we have a little more time now to have the city write a letter and reach out expressing our concerns with them not taking care of the Albany people. That's at least a first step.
Thank you for your comment, Councilmember McQuaid. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, the other adjustment that I asked the staff was to bring in specific references. So there's references to various media reports, but without specific links or dates or titles of the articles. So I don't know that. So I will move. I will move this ordinance with striking provision 2N. And I'm not going to go through all the citations now, but there were 5 citations that were made to specific articles and documents, both between the staff report and the ordinance. And so those would be brought into the findings. And I also request that the paper which I provided a reference to staff also be cited in the findings, which is this University UCSF paper.
Looks like City Attorney had a question, or go ahead.
And I just wanted to confirm with Vice Mayor Jordan that you would also like us to make any other revisions to the ordinance that reference the exemption to the collective bargaining agreement. I think it may have showed up in a recital or such. I just want to make sure that entirety is removed from the ordinance.
Yes, thank you. And there was actually another adjustment, which was, well, actually it was in 2N. So yeah, that doesn't matter. So yes, that would be my intent. Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann.
I just wanted to second that.
All right, go ahead, Member McQuaid.
Before we vote, I'm sorry, what do we, President, could you make it a little more clear what we're striking? Maybe give me the line.
You know what, if there is the pleasure of the council, we did make some of the revisions that Vice Mayor Jordan requested, and I think the city clerk has a red line version if she could share her screen. So
thank you. Thank you, City Attorney.
These are the citations.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
So you can see the revisions include the actual citations into the ordinance.
So just so
go ahead.
We're adding Safeway, but we're not adding Target. Is that right?
In order to add Target, we would need to bring back an amendment. And And so if that is the pleasure, we can do that in the future. But then obviously the last part, the whole end would be deleted, exactly. And then we would catch any other references to that exemption. But yes, this particular ordinance would not include Target.
Does adding Safeway change anything about our legal prospects? Yeah, I mean, if I understand what Mr. Councilmember Jordan is saying, your law firm is already representing a number of cities that have done this. Are you, and I guess I'm making the assumption that we would use your firm, although I don't know that that would be an automatic thing. Are you representing people? Are you representing which cities are you representing? And are they both union and non-union stores?
Yes, we successfully defended Long Beach. My partner, Chris Pisano, successfully defended Long Beach in their preliminary injunction and temporary restraining order by the California Grocers Association. And he is also representing West Hollywood. And I believe both of those did not have the exemption that is now being stricken for collective bargaining agreements. And obviously it would be the pleasure of the council who the council decided to use should we be sued.
And is Long Beach the one where the stores are closing?
Yes.
Yes.
And were those union or non-union stores? Those were like three different chains under one ownership, I think, if I read that right.
I don't know if they were union or non-union stores.
Okay.
I can offer that in my discussions by email with city attorney and city attorney office staff, that excluding stores that are unionized, and obviously city attorney, feel free to jump in, but as I understood it, excluding grocery stores that are unionized could raise an equal protection basis for bringing a suit. Of course, including stores that are unionized could bring other bases, but I don't know that bringing those other bases would be avoided by not including unionized stores. So my understanding is by including a unionized store, you at least remove one basis of potential action. Of course, you may increase the probability of receiving an action.
Yeah, no, and I was thinking more in terms of store closures or reluctance to open stores. You know, I think a lot of us have hoped to see more variety and more competition in groceries here. I have three grocery stores within a short walk, but they're all Safeway. So it would certainly be nice to have stores open, and be very nice not to have any stores close. But you know, we don't even have the for whatever reason, neither Sprouts nor Safeway is even here to talk to us about you know, to offer us their perspectives. So I don't know. I feel a lot more comfortable including Safeway, because having an ordinance that's really directed just to one employer, I find just kind of troubling. I would probably feel better if it did include Target and maybe Bevmo, and you know, I don't know what other chains we have that would meet the criteria. But if people have been exposed to COVID from their work, I don't think you know, excluding them because of the type of work, if they've been considered essential. You know, we had horse racing continuing when everything as essential, when everything was closed down, and a lot of people got sick as a result. I'm I'm going to remain, I think I may just stay out of this one. I don't know, but I'll let you see what, see what other folks want to do.
All right, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I had a question about the union issue. I believe that one of the speakers said the reason unions are not usually included is because they got hazard pay, so they would be getting it twice. And then I got confused where people talked about that hazard pay was taken away. So if someone could clarify that, I would appreciate it.
All right, so we have 2 hands up for public comment. If you can have them speak, I believe that may be one, I'm not sure, but and if you can let them in, give them 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Omar Cardi, and I just wanted to show my support for what you guys are doing for the workers. Not sure, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, go ahead.
I really appreciate you guys really being humanitarians and fighting for the community. So thank you for that. And I really appreciate you guys really being worried about the litigation side of it and being sued for essentially doing the right thing. So I appreciate everyone's participation in that. I definitely think big box should be included in this. I definitely would stay away from mom and pops. Obviously, there should be maybe some verbiage on dollars made per year or dollars made during this time. That might help, but really appreciate that. And thank you for fighting the good fight. And I just do want to take 5 seconds to just breathe.
Thank you so much,
Again,
Omar.
thank you, I yield my time.
Thank you. And I believe it is Ryan from UFCW Local 5. Can you move him up, please? Thank you. Ryan, go ahead, please, and finish your statement.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the question that Councilmember McQuaid had regarding the collective bargaining carve out. So for collective bargaining reasons, some of our union partners have been providing hazard pay, and that's bargained through, that's through the contract bargaining process. And so that's why we think that that carve out is necessary, is these actors or these companies have been good actors, and they have been willing to negotiate with the union to ensure that their workers do get the hazard pay. In reference to the ones that just took away the hazard pay on their own, that was a decision that wasn't done through collective bargaining, that wasn't done through the union, that it was initiated by the companies without speaking to the unions, and while the unions were still trying to negotiate proper PPE provisions for their workers. And so because it was not done through the collective bargaining process, they were able to take it away whenever they felt like it.
All right, Ryan, hold on. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, what is the situation with Safeway? Because that's the other chain that we're talking about here. Sprouts and Safeway.
At the moment, Safeway does not have an agreement with the union for additional hazard pay. They're one of the companies who removed it on their own, at their own discretion. Lucky's is the only one that I'm aware of right now. I would have to check my notes to verify that, but Lucky's the only one I know of as of now that is still providing hazard pay to their workers.
All right. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Of course.
All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for further discussion so we can wrap this up. Anyone else? Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead.
You read my mind. So I think if we're going to do this, we should be, sort of be bold or go home, be big or go home. So it does bring up the idea about what if the store is not a grocery store? And I think somebody mentioned Bevmo. I don't know where they are with their numbers as far as national employees or whatever. But, you know, again, why are they not included? Do we want to broaden this a little bit? And if we're going to do that, do we need to come back if they're not a grocery store? How does this all work?
You would need to.
So go ahead. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Molly.
Mayor Gary. I was just going to say you would need to come back, so you could either adopt the urgency ordinance as proposed with the revisions that have been referenced, and then also request that we bring back an amendment to deal with these additional retailers, or you could ask that we just come back to deal with the additional retailers and adopt it at that time.
But it looks like you have language already prepared to go ahead and include those additional.
Correct,
stores.
but we can't do it tonight because of, right. But we could move very quickly if the council wanted.
Exactly. So I think that we should be able to move forward knowing that we do have that option to have that language added to the. Go ahead, Councilmember McQuaid.
If we waited until the next council meeting, could we make it retroactive to tonight?
No. All right, we'll go ahead. Vice Mayor, you did the motion, correct? Does that need to be repeated?
I didn't hear it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, please go ahead and.
Okay.
That's right. Sorry.
Thank you.
I did hear it.
That's fine. I move the ordinance as presented by the city clerk, with the addition of specific citations in the findings, and with the amendment to remove the provisions that exempt unionized grocery stores of the size specified in the ordinance from the application of the ordinance, which specifically is provision 2N is the main provision that would otherwise exclude those stores. So that provision would be struck according to this motion.
All right, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Councilmember Tia, let's go ahead for a roll call.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
and Mayor Gary.
Yes.
I don't have a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember. Sorry.
You said you wanted to be left out of it, Councilmember Nason.
Councilmember Nason.
It's a done deal, so yes.
Absolutely. All right, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I just thank you, City Clerk. I thought it'd be beneficial for the people who are attending to know why there was that little hiccup. So we're piloting a new voting method that the City Clerk is implementing, which is randomizing the order from vote to vote. So that's why it's a little bit confusing there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Thank you, council members. Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you, members of the public, for speaking out on this agendized item. Next, we'll go to
Mayor Gary, can I just confirm, did the council want us to bring back any amendments?
So if you can bring back the amendments that we'll discuss.
And to be clear, that would be to include large retailers such as Target and Bevmo.
CVS, because we do have CVS that have.
Next question, as well as such as drug retail stores such as CVS. Okay.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, City Attorney. All right, we're moving to item number 9.2. It's another urgency ordinance regarding the moratorium on evictions. Go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Gary. As you're aware, over the last year, we have adopted various urgency ordinances relating to commercial evictions. And those urgency ordinances have tracked the governor's executive order. As the governor allows for the ordinances and extends the time frame, we too have updated our urgency ordinances and extended the time frame. As you're also aware, we had to let our residential eviction moratorium ordinance lapse, unfortunately, due to the Tenant Relief Act. But we still can continue with our commercial eviction moratorium ordinance, and the governor recently extended his executive order through June 30th of 2021. So therefore, we've brought back an extension of this urgency ordinance to coincide with the executive order of June 30th, 2021. This ordinance also allows for automatic extensions should the governor provide for additional extensions, so that we won't come back each time it happens. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, City Attorney. Any council members have any questions? No? All right, we'll go ahead and ask the members of the public. Let's see if I see any. Looks like we have none. Do we have a motion to move this forward? Oh, Member Nason, I'm sorry. Oh, you making the motion? Okay.
I'm making the motion.
Second?
We have a member of the public.
Sorry about that, member of the public. Go ahead, Jeremiah. You have 2 minutes.
It's okay. Thanks, everybody. We're all trying to adjust to this Zoom thing, you know. I try to press the button, I raise my hand button as soon as you open a public comment as soon as I could. Thanks for giving me a chance. You know, what an important topic, right? Evictions. What happens when you get evicted? Then you're homeless. Wow. I'm surprised there's no other public comment. I mean, on evictions. I know there's a lot of renters out there. This kind of would seem like an opportunity to speak up about it. You know, I'll be honest with you. I legally got evicted about 10 years ago. I rented a room on Craigslist, and it was apparently a living room, and the owner had put up 2 walls in the living room and made it a small bedroom by the front door. And the city inspector told the landlord it had to be torn down because it's an illegal room. So I had technically got evicted, but it wasn't really an eviction. It's not like a bad thing on my record, but I had to move out, right? And so, okay, all of a sudden it's a illegal room, but now what do I do? Now all of a sudden I'm homeless. You know, evictions are a real thing, especially since people haven't had jobs to pay their rent. So there's going to be a lot of evictions. So I hope there's some sort of eviction forgiveness to where it lasts a really long time, because there's still a pandemic. We're still talking about how to properly pay people for hazard pay. We still haven't even figured that out yet, how to pay people properly yet. So keep up the good work, everybody.
Thank you. It looks like we have another public comment.
Good evening. My name is Karen Zapata, and I am an Albany resident. And I wanted to just comment on this item, which is obviously evictions are an enormous concern in the city of Albany. Housing is so tight. We are such a small community that housing is very tight. Well, I did look at this, and it looks to be a commercial, an ordinance about commercial use of buildings. But regardless, I think I just wanted to say that stability is so critical at this time. So I'm not sure, maybe you all can clarify, or you're going to clarify who this applies to in terms of who would be protected from the eviction. But if it is around housing, it really is such an urgent issue, especially around who are renters, and particularly around the racial diversity in the city of Albany, which is something that is obviously so critical. But I also humbly realize that it may be around commercial use of buildings. If that is the case, we really do need to make sure that our city stays stable. And I see a lot of sort of empty storefronts, and that's not good for a city as well. So I urge you to adopt an ordinance around stability for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other participants? All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council for further discussion. City Attorney, and I see you, Councilmember Nason. Can you go ahead, just elaborate on the last comment, just to bring clarity on, who and all, and just a little bit, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gary. This ordinance does only apply to commercial tenants. We did have a moratoria against that also prevented residential tenants. But as I mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act was adopted by the state, and that preempted our ability to continue with our residential moratoria. So that unfortunately had to lapse September 30th of 2020. And we are not allowed to extend it. Otherwise, I'd be bringing forth extensions to the residential side as well. If anything were to change on that, I would come forward and let you know, but that's why it only applies to commercial tenants.
All right, thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Nason?
I was just going to move the item.
Well, let's get it, Councilmember Nason. Do I have a second? Councilmember McQuaid, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you so much, Anne, for the roll call. And thank you, City Attorney, for bringing these issues to us today. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, just one quick question regarding the ordinance. I know there's a couple, at least I was notified, there's a couple businesses that have been served eviction notice. So if we can get that ordinance copies to them, so they at least they know they have protection behind the eviction that has been served the past couple of weeks. So, okay. All right, we are going to item number 11 for new business. This is a free laundry program. This is my recommendation. First, I want to thank all of you who reviewed this memo. I want to thank the participants a part of this memo. I also want to be clear in this recommendation. This recommendation is not to take away any funds or anything with Albany Cares. My recommendation was based on an emergency need in the community. It looks like people are homeless. We're still in a pandemic, and we have students who has utilized this free laundry program to clean their clothes in order to, take care of basic needs. So that is what this memo is about. And so I think Councilmember Nason had her hand up, but I don't see her available.
I was going to request a break.
Okay.
That's okay. That's
if
all
you
right.
need, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then we'll go ahead. I'm not going to go through the entire memo. Basically, the request is for $15,000. I'm asking the city to fund this particular item, either as we fund it with the emergency funds or we fund it as part of Albany Cares. But again, not to take anything away, but to add to the services that we provide. Councilmember McQuaid?
I have several questions.
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt your report, though.
Go ahead.
Well, the first thing I want to say, which I said for years, there is no free laundry program. There was no free shower program. They are paid for by, they in the past have been paid for by the Albany Community Foundation. So I think it's very disingenuous that we, and I don't mean you specifically, this happened for years, refer to these as these free programs. They're not free. So the memo talks about 10 people per week using the program. How many are repeat people, and about how many come each month? Do you want me to just read through all my questions so they can get answered periodically? Okay. How many are Albany residents? How many are village residents? And who are these people as far as, are they people experiencing homelessness? Are they people that temporarily just need a little boost? And, we all know laundry is just one of the critical things. If you have clean clothes, everything is better. What's the criteria for people who use this program? It seems like it's growing exponentially, and I'm just curious as to why that is. There also seems to be a lot of UC Village participants, and I'm wondering if anyone has spoken to the university to see what help they may be able to offer. It looks like it costs about a little over $600 a month, although this last month was a little bit more. I'm curious as to where the $15,000 comes from. I know the community foundations for the first 3 months of this year have paid a little over $2,000, which will come to about $8,000 a year. So I don't understand where the $15,000 comes from. I'm curious to where else DOG has asked for donations. I know there's often funds available for this type of thing. I'm just curious what they've asked for. If the city were to give money, I think at the end it talks about giving money directly to St. Albans Church. I have concerns that that's a gift of public funds. And I'm also wondering if cities give money to churches, if there's a separation of church and state issue there. And how I'd like to know a little more about how DOG is structured, how they raise money, what kind of membership they have, how they're governed, how are we going to measure success on this? I think that's it for this go around.
All right. So I'm gonna try to address some of those questions. Otherwise, I will have Margie Marks come up if you can bring her up. So the first, when you say UC Village residents, aren't they Albany residents as well? I mean, I know they're on the other side, but I think they are registered under Albany. Is that correct?
That is correct, but the university.
Okay. Hold on one sec. I just want to make sure that I'm capturing all your questions, and then we can continue the dialogue. As far as DOG, the goal is, again, Albany Cares offers service resources for Albany residents. What I'm looking at is have this program free, meaning free, it's free to the public, people that are using it, understand the concept as far as you're saying they're getting funds in. They're fundraising for their phones or they're asking for grants. At this point, they are a small group that has been established, and the St. Albans have allowed them to use their 501c3 to get those donations in. What I would like to see in this memo is that we take it out of their hands. They want to continue to be volunteer, that's fine, but there should be funding within Albany Cares that will help our residents, UC Village, and our residents here within. Now, as far as the demographics, if it's coming from Berkeley, if it's coming from other cities, then at the end of the day, we're in a pandemic. It's an emergency. These are funds that we're asking people and alerting them that you can come and get your clothes washed without any hesitation. So the fact that you're asking about, St. Albans and all these other particular questions regarding this program, we're missing the main point. As part of Albany Cares, can this program be a part of Albany Cares that can help people in need during this time? That's the whole goal in this memo.
I don't think I've missed the point, Mayor. I think it is important for city funds to be spent in a reasonable manner. And
I agree.
Understand where they're going.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Absolutely.
Could you add?
I'll go ahead.
The piece about the cost.
Right. I'll bring, if you bring Margie in, because she's been running the program, please. Go ahead, please, Margie.
Hi, thank you. We've purposely kept the program small because of the financing. And I've told families that have come to the program, I started about 2 weeks ago. I said, look, we only have funding for another 2 months. So I just want you to know, I didn't want to just cut it off after, 2 months and not have the program anymore. About a third of the clients come from the village. We don't ask people what their income is, but I can tell you from servicing these people in the laundromat, they're not in the 1%. They're in the bottom percent. It's really helped a lot of single parents here in Albany. We have housed 2 people, one of them who had lived in a parking lot in an Albany business for 10 years, which I didn't know. But through this program, he's going to be able to get permanent housing for the first time in 10 years. There was another family that they were sleeping in a van in the Safeway parking lot. They got housed. So even though we've kept it small through word of mouth, the program is growing. And so that's why the costs have been going up. And like I said, I would really like to do another outreach to the village, but haven't because we're concerned about being able to pay for it. The program's run with all volunteers. All of the supplies, such as the cleaning, sanitizing, laundry, soap, are all donated. The only cost is the washer and the dryers. Everything else is donated. All the time is donated. And I can tell you from working there that besides helping, it's a place of contact for people. When we had the shower program, it was a place for people to come, and we had a drop-in center when CARES was open. But because of COVID, we closed that drop-in center. There's no place. So it is a place of connection for people. Over the years working with homeless people, a lot of homeless people either cannot or are not able to get housed. But in this case, people are wanting housing during the pandemic, and we've been able to help them through Albany Cares, through this laundry program. And that's the only way we're making contact with people. So, anyway, I would appreciate any support that you could give to the program, because like I said, our funding, we did get a very generous grant from the Albany Community Foundation. But the funding is going to be running out and we'll have to stop the program. So I don't know if that answered your questions. And we don't ask people where they live. That's not a question, and we don't ask them their income. That was two of your questions. We don't really have a criteria, but we found from running the shower program for years, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's the people that come to the program need the program.
Thank you, Margie. Councilmember McQuaid, do you have any other questions for Margie?
Not right now.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead, and if you can, Ann, will you allow the public comment to come in at 2 minutes? Thank you, Margie.
Yeah, this is a really great program, and Margie's doing a wonderful job running this entire thing. I think I heard, are these homeless people from Berkeley? Or are they homeless people from Albany? I didn't know you could be homeless from more than one city. I thought homeless was just homeless. I didn't know you were homeless from Berkeley. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if there's programs in Berkeley that are nonprofits, like Dorothy Day House or shower programs in Berkeley. I don't know if they refuse service. I don't know if they have an attitude that says like, oh, are these people from Albany? We don't want to help people from another city. It's just, the point is to do something good, do a good deed, help the homeless. Doesn't matter where they're from. They're homeless. Homeless is homeless. Right. And people in the village, they're students, they're starving students. They're in school to get a job. They're the core part of our community. They're the future of America, right? They're going to college. They're doing their homework. They don't have a job yet to pay full price, for laundry, like lawyers and such. These are people who need the extra edge, that need the extra help. These people are down. So please don't kick these people while they're down. Offer them a hand, help them up, encourage these people to get their laundry done, wear clean clothes. I want to be standing in line at Sprouts next to a homeless person, but at least I want them to have clean laundry on. At least they smell good, right? So help keep people clean, help keep hygiene going. It's a great use for city funds. I mean, you can go on Channel 7 News and say, hey, we're city helping out people in need. We got a laundry program that is free for people who can't afford it. And I'll even donate money. So keep up the good work, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Hi, everybody. Brian Beal here again. Once again, speaking on behalf of myself. As an Albany taxpayer, I certainly do appreciate Councilmember McQuaid's concern about, that our money should go to people from Albany. on the other hand, like Jeremiah was pointing out, homelessness is kind of a situation where you're not really from one place. And you're asking somebody a lot of questions, interrogating them becomes counterproductive because then it just discourages them from using the program. So I would certainly speak out in support of this program, but also would it would be bad for me to pass up the opportunity to say we need more. We need more of this kind of support. One item, and this does intrude in my role on the Parks and Rec Commission. So again, this is my personal opinion, but we should be doing more to use the space that we have available in parks and open space towards helping the homelessness. I mean, could we have a laundry machine or something set up next to one of the parks so people could do their laundry? I don't know, but it seems like it's bad enough, you know, everything that's happening. And I think, as the mayor pointed out about, you know, this is a pandemic. Well, does it help our pandemic to have people running around with clothes that haven't been washed for 3 months? You know, I don't know the science of it all, but I don't think that could be healthy. So, and also just to help, you know, with people's feeling about themselves, to have, you know, clean clothes, shower, does a lot for your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to say that I completely support the laundry program, and I would say it's a moral imperative for the city. We can think of ourselves having a border and only working with people that live in the border, within the border. But I really think it's important for us to think beyond that and get over our privilege and help these folks out. And as a volunteer with the shower program, I must admit I learned a lot by meeting those folks every week and get an appreciation for them. And I think we need to reach out and do the same thing with the laundry program. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
This is Margie. I already spoke, but I just want to say we don't have a homeless shelter in Albany. We don't have a pantry for the general public. We did have that drop-in center, you know, through CARES, but that's been closed because of COVID. So the laundry program has become a place where people can go and access some services, get some help. And I have to tell you, DOG has applied for grants from many other places. I'm right now taking a class from City College to learn how to write grants to help us raise money for the program, because we'd like to do a lot more things in the city. So we are trying to raise money, you know, in other ways besides this, because we would like to extend the program even more beyond the money that the city's giving us. But we would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. This is Doug Donaldson calling in. I'm the president of the Albany Community Foundation, and we're the organization that has been paying for the washers and dryers under this program. It was initiated as a pilot program in May of 2020 after the shower program was stopped because of the COVID pandemic. And ACF had been funding the shower program since 2016, actually. We have allocated budgets of up to $3,600 for this laundry program. We've spent so far more than $2,500, so there's a little bit of money left. We don't have any applications to extend our grant here. And I don't know, I can't speak for our board of directors, which consists of 10 people, as to what we would do if we were to receive a grant. This is a pretty expensive program. The shower program may well restart again once the pandemic is over. And I think we would certainly consider being a part of that and continuing that as well. I think the shower program serves more people at lower cost from our point of view. We don't have a position on this ordinance, and I just want to be here as a resource and to see what happens tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, please. Next, please.
Hello.
Go ahead.
It's Karen Zapata again, and I'm just wanted to speak in support of this program. I think that it sounds like a really amazing service that the city of Albany can provide, and I really want to push back against the idea that our services sort of exist within our borders. If we've learned anything in this pandemic, it's the interdependency that we have between our communities. And I think that even if people did, in other communities hear about what Albany has to offer, I would hate for us to have a sort of insular thinking that we, can only support the people that live here, because there are people that need stuff everywhere. And so, I think back to parts of my life with my two kids where I've actually visited food banks and no one checked where I live. No one checked my, housing status. They didn't ask how much money I made. I just got food. And there was, just a sense of relief. And I think that if we could provide that as a community, it would be very, very powerful. And I want to just build on one of the comments that the person that shared earlier that worked at the shower facility and volunteered. And he said that really disrupted some of the assumptions that he had. And so let us do that in Albany. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I also want to support this program. I support that funds from the general fund be put into the Albany Cares budget and then specifically earmarked for this laundry program. Having clean clothes not only provides a sense of well-being and just having those clean clothes, but also the personal context that Margie talked about, that can lead to connections for people who are unhoused or who need to create the connections. Whether or not the shower program opens up, I think the laundry program is something else that we should be offering. I think actually the city of Albany should be offering a lot more. I think we should have a drop-in center that's a real drop-in center that's open all the time, that provides showers. That actually could ultimately, we could have a place where there were washers and dryers where people could come, people could get food, for their dogs, their pets. There's a lot that we could be doing that we're not doing. So this seems minimal. And just the idea that we would be questioning spending as much as $15,000 a year when we're talking earlier about how that we could be sued for something, and we're talking $50,000 to $75,000. And when you look at the budget of Albany, $15,000 is nothing compared to the budget of Albany, and yet it has a huge impact on people's lives. So I really hope that you support it, and support it in a way that shows that Albany really believes that this is the kind of work that we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Jim, go ahead.
This is Jim Beller. I just wanted to answer a couple of the questions Peggy had about our fundraising. We've continued to get monies from the churches that have supported us and the other community organizations, but generally smaller amounts. And we haven't been able to raise money from local businesses. So this would be a great benefit to us if we could get that money. So thanks a lot for your support.
All right, any more comments? Go ahead, please, Yvette.
Hi, I'm Yvette Leung, and I wanted to just put in my public comment to support this program. I live right across the street from Memorial Park, and there's a number of cars that I see on a daily basis that I can tell they're people that are homeless, unhoused, living there. They park there almost every day. And increasingly, this has been the case since COVID-19 and the pandemic. And so the idea of having a free shower program and also a laundry service, I think it really speaks a lot to how the city of Albany can be really supportive in these times of need, to be seeing people as human, and to just give people some dignity. So I just would love just to have your consideration for supporting this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
That's it.
All right, thank you, Anne. I'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please.
So I've got a couple of comments, but first I wanted to start off with a question for Nicole. Just to confirm, we have no ordinance in front of us tonight, so what would be the action we would take here? It would be a recommendation to, or a request for something to be brought back?
Sure, that's certainly an option. As presented, there are some details that would still need to be determined, and including but not limited to the accounting of the funding. I need direction from the council as to where the funding would be coming from. Currently, this is not a budgeted expense. And then in terms of the actual funding allocation, with responsibility to our auditors, in which we're audited each year, we would need definition around how the funding is to be allocated and the receipts or accounting behind that provision of funding. So yes, I think it would make most sense to return to the council with a resolution and a draft agreement.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, I'm generally supportive of the idea of funding the Diverse Housing Working Group. I know they do good work. I try and attend as many meetings as I can. I know Janelle is a bit more diligent about attending those than I have been recently, but they do a bunch of great work. Very few people in our city have more energy than Margie to do this sort of thing. That being said, we've got more questions that we've got to answer about how this will be integrated with our existing efforts, how it's going to be paid for, and that would be part of the process of bringing it back. So I don't think there's anything wrong with those questions and with answering those, and how we would integrate this, on a long scale, so we can make sure that we keep homeless services like this going for a longer period. I'd say if the program is facing an issue where, it needs an infusion of some amount of cash to keep the lights on, I think we need to figure out if 15,000 is the right amount, considering that their needs have been fluctuating so much with the pandemic. But if they need something to keep the lights on, I confirmed with the city manager last week, we do have a discretionary fund from the council that we could, on a one-time basis, donate less than this 15,000 to, keep the program going while we figure out exactly how we want to keep it going in the long term. So I think that might be one option that we could explore while we are undergoing the longer process to bring this back.
Thank you, Councilmember Tuna. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not saying that we're going to stop people from using the program or that we're going to interrogate everybody who darkens the doorstep. But I do think when you start a program like this, that you need some real data. I'm not a scientist, but I do think it's important to know how many people are coming and are there other resources for them? And that's why I keep sort of going back to the village. I have spoken to staff there to find out if there's something the village could actually do, be easier for people if they could use the facilities right there so they didn't have to come clear across town. Not saying that we can't serve them, but what's the best way to serve them? And perhaps the best way to serve them is to connect them with resources there. Yeah, there are no borders when you're homeless. But on the other hand, I think it's important just to have data to know who's using the program and what benefits they're getting from it. And I think that's part of funding this.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please. Thank you. You're on mute. Sorry, Councilmember Nason.
Yep, sorry about that. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember McQuaid that getting information about who's being served, you know, we do have a responsibility with public funding to make sure that it's being used efficiently and properly and all those kinds of things. On the issue of UC Village, I just think, you know, the university has a lot more money than Albany does, and they have even more money since they cut off their contribution to the Crossing Guard program, which we picked up with sugar sweetened beverage tax money. So this actually seems to me like an area where it would be very appropriate to invite the university to participate with us in funding this benefit for their residents. So I'm thinking in terms of reaching out to all the different possible sources and not just, you know, taking this on as a city responsibility without looking for partners. And also in terms of how the money is spent, we do need, you know, I don't think that just donating to an unincorporated association or whatever dog is necessarily the proper thing to do. It may have to go to St. Albans so that there is appropriate oversight, you know, the receipts, that you have a paper trail for the auditors, all the kinds of stuff that you have to do when you're dealing with public funds, which you have to do when you're dealing with nonprofit funds too. You have to be accountable for what you spend and so forth. So, and finally, you know, the money does have to come from somewhere. I agree it shouldn't, you know, necessarily have to come out of Albany Cares, but if it's going to come out of Albany's reserves, or it's going to come out of our contract with Berkeley Food and Housing, or, you know, I think Councilmember Tiedemann had a good idea with maybe taking it out of, since the council didn't do much traveling this year, maybe there's money in the city council's fund. You know, there might be a variety of places, but we need to figure out where it's coming from and where it's going.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason, for your comments. Vice Mayor Jordan, I knew you was raising your hand next. Go ahead.
Trying to get a little better about that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my understanding is St. Albans is willing to be the 501c3, or basically the fiscal sponsor on this. Am I correct in that understanding? So we would actually have a, yeah, okay. I also checked with staff along the lines of Councilmember Tiedemann. I got tipped by some former council members that the city council does have a very small, relative to the total budget, discretionary fund that it can direct year to year. This fiscal year, it's $20,500. And to my knowledge, unless staff says otherwise, none of it has been allocated. We're coming to the end of the fiscal year. I'm not saying this to say, well, you know, it's there, we should spend it. And in that regard, I see from the data that's been provided that over the last 2 months, the average expenditure for the program has been $600 a month. So I do have a question as to why $15,000 for the next year. I don't know if the program is anticipating doubling in size on average month to month, which would be about $15,000 for the next year. I don't know if somebody from Diverse Housing Working Group could weigh in on that, or if the mayor.
I can question. So you think about miscellaneous funding as far as like detergents, fabric softener, things that you need to wash clothes with, right? So that's why that extra padded amount. But I agree, there should be some type of receipt itemization to make sure that those funds are being utilized for those miscellaneous items that we use normally in our household to clean our clothes. So that's why that extra was added.
Thank you. I'm incredibly impressed by this program. It's hard to think of a better value that the city could get, given the energy that's going into it, and at least the help and the connections that have been made. So I'm absolutely supportive. To that end, I'll move that for this shorter term, that from the city council's discretionary fund, that it provide $4,000 to St. Albans for support specifically of the laundry program operated by the Diverse Housing Working Group. And that will provide time to, in a non-rushed fashion, be able to work out what is going to be the long term for this. And it might also provide time for the Reverse Housing Working Group to secure grants. So in some sense, this could be a bridge to a future that we don't know the details of yet, but it will give us more of a chance to figure out the contours of that.
Absolutely. And it will also give us a chance, like you said, to gather more data in order to implement this properly. So do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. And we'll go for a roll call. But Councilmember McQuaid, what's your question? Hold on, Ann, I'm sorry.
Thank you. President, I think that is a good way to look at this right now, to sort of be a bridge. I am curious as to what kind of data we're going to be seeking, and who's going to do that work, and how is this going to be, how we're looking at this going forward. Is staff going to be involved in this? Is this going to become a city program, or is it going to remain out?
I think staff should be able to work with the initial providers, Jim Beller, Marjorie, and just come, get information from them in order to gather the data that we need in order to figure out where the allocations will be going. So at that point, when it's brought back to us, we will be able to decide how we would rather, if we're going to use it through Albany Cares, or how we're going to allocate the funds and utilize the program effectively.
So as part of that discussion, it'll become very clear whether it's a city program in the fullness of time, or it remains with DOG.
Now, I would like to see it be a city program, but again, I have other council members who, you guys are weighing in, but I think that's something we need to research and see how we can make that possible for it to be a city program.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was going to be part of the discussion.
Yes.
The pros and cons of it becoming a city program, the pros and cons of it not.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I need to ask
All
for
right.
clarity on what is being asked at this point in time. I'm understanding that the council is taking a vote on a motion for $4,000 out of the discretionary fund. And as mentioned earlier, staff will need to return with a resolution because that is our responsibility to our auditors. That's all I'm preparing at this point in time. If something else needs to be prepared, I need it clearly stated.
So once we get the resolution, I am requesting that staff work with DOG on how we can implement this as possible, a program through either Albany Cares. We just need, what are the next steps for it? So how can staff work with DOG to implement this program and bring it back to the council based on the information and the data received, so we can move forward and effectively get a program in place?
I think that's a different agenda item, and I think it warrants a bigger discussion on human services programs. We don't have the staff to implement this program at this time.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Sorry, no, I'm just thinking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought we were just making a grant basically to St. Albans to fund DOG doing this as a volunteer program.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
That is my motion.
That is his motion at this time.
Can you repeat it?
Sure. So the motion is to grant $4,000 out of the city council's discretionary fund, which my understanding at this point is $20,500 were budgeted for this fiscal year. The grant would go to St. Albans as the fiscal sponsor for the Diverse Housing Working Group, specifically for providing free laundry services to those who need it.
Hold on, I think Councilmember Tiedemann second, but I have a question. Is there any way we can have the social economic justice do the research and implement and getting the data, since you're saying staffing is an issue? Could that be something that we could charge them with, or at least suggest they put that on their work plan to bring forward to the council? Is that an option? City Manager?
Mala, I'll defer to you. I don't think that that's agendized this evening.
No, it's not. But if that's something you want to bring back, you can.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and move on the motion, and then we'll bring this back on a separate agenda. Vice Mayor Jordan, I'm sorry, Councilmember McQuaid.
I have a question for the city manager, please. And perhaps the city attorney. We're making a motion to give, or taking a vote to give $4,000 to a nonprofit. We have no request for this. Usually when we request money from the council discretionary fund, there's a memo, there's something from the person who's actually getting the money saying what it's going to be used for. I'm just curious if you think that it's unwise to basically write a check to someone who hasn't asked for money. It's kind of a technical piece, but I'm just concerned about it.
Sure, and procedures are important, again, for auditing purposes. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it's for protection of the city overall with our financial accounting. So what would occur after the effect of this motion, if approved, is that staff would return with a resolution outlining the details of this allocation of funds, including where it's coming from, as well as terms and conditions that would need to be included in that resolution, again, for auditing purposes and for the agreement with the two parties.
We don't need anything in advance from one of the parties.
If you prefer, maybe I'll jump in. If you prefer, Councilmember McQuaid, maybe we can also request that they provide the letter of support for this request. So that comes with the staff report with the resolution and the contract. So it has one package for accounting purposes and auditing purposes, if that makes sense.
That sounds better to me. And if I could ask this one more question. At this point, this motion is simply to give the $4,000. There's no sort of back end work on how the program's going to continue. This is just a one-time grant, basically, with no promises of going forward.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, so my thought is that this is by dint of those who are attending the meeting, being those among those who operate the program, that they have heard that this is a bridge to figuring out what happens in the longer term. So presumably there will be those discussions going forward. And in terms of data collection, the auditing will have a necessity generate data, but that will be data, to the extent of the expenses that are incurred. I don't expect, and I'm not asking at this point for a collection on data of who is using the program. But that's why I didn't include a data collection piece in there, because there is data collection that will be a part of providing this funding of a necessity.
But I understand from the city manager that the city does not have the capacity at this time to pursue this as sort of the bridge piece. Am I correct in that?
I can say what I heard was that the city doesn't have the capacity, and I may be wrong, the city doesn't have the capacity to itself staff up and operate a laundry service program. Not that it doesn't have the capacity to go through the process of making this specific grant.
It will definitely take some work to prepare the documents, and I will work with our city attorney and our finance director on that to return it to council. The administration would be within our finance department in terms of the accounting and record keeping, and clearly that's something they're experienced in doing, and we will work through the details of what that looks like, but it will include receipts so that we understand the expenditures and can document those correctly.
But I think the part I'm still confused about, sorry, is what happens when the $4,000 runs out? it doesn't sound like there's capacity to be building a program going forward by the city. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
I think my understanding is that that's really beyond the agenda item right now, so that if we want to talk about what happens in the future, and hopefully diverse housing working group, comes up with a proposal for the future, that would happen at a subsequent meeting.
Yeah, they could run into capacity issues of their own if the shower program starts up again, so we're going to have to hear from them down the line.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to try this again. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Do you want me to restate the motion? Is that
please?
Okay. So I move that the City of Albany provide a grant of $4,000 from the City Council's discretionary fund, for lack of a better term, to St. Albans as the fiscal sponsor for the Diverse Housing Working Group, specifically and only for the purpose of funding its ongoing volunteer staffed laundry service program that is provided free for those who need it.
Seconded.
All right. And can we get a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid,
No.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Ann. All right, we are moving to new business item number 11.2. All right, so this is a proposal for and a recommendation for a police community advisory committee. It's a 5-page memo. I'm not going to read all of it. I know we've had time to look at it and review it in its entirety. But what we can do is go through each section, and I know there are some changes that would need to be made before anything is implemented, and things that we would need to discuss as far as what this would look like for our city. So I will open it up for discussion. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, what is the relationship of this to the task force that is doing police community relations?
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. So the proposed task force was placed with last year when we had the discussion. We did have a subcommittee and we did select members from the community. However, the framework was not particularly identified in that. And so I researched the pros and cons, what is best needed for our city task force and what that it would encompass, as well as a committee. So my research and identifying specifically what would benefit the residents and the city of Albany, I found that an advisory committee for long-term would work more effective in this type of nature, to work with the police and the community to build that relationship.
So this
I'm
substitute for this substitute.
This would be
ad hoc.
It would remove the task force and then basically put this committee as the driving force in what we need. Councilmember McQuaid.
Well, I have a lot of questions and concerns, but I don't want to get into them until we get to that point. But but I do understand that this is the year, or the police department did a strategic plan back in 2017, which encompassed 2017 to 2021. So it's due to be updated this year. And this is, I think, a really good opportunity for the entire community. It was a community process the first time, but I think it's a great opportunity to review the original plan and see what has been accomplished, what still needs to be accomplished, what is ongoing, and to give the entire community an opportunity to help create the strategic plan for the next 4 years. And it'd be driven, it would be professionally driven as it was before. Lots of small group meetings of members of the community, various times, day, night, weekend, whatever. You know, it's an opportunity for the community to really get engaged and to make an impact and to come up with a real action plan. I know this is not on the agenda. I'd like to see it come back. You know, we've talked a lot about doing a community-wide survey that would be woven into this strategic plan, which I think would be the right place for it. It would make a lot of sense. Again, it's a professionally done survey. And the other part that I find really lacking in here, and it's the issue that I think communities across the country are dealing with, are other ways of dealing with mental health issues that come up, issues that are not crime related, but because we've always dumped all of that onto the police department, what are other models that we could use? What else could we imagine? And that could also be a part of this. So I'd like to see us go back to something that we know works. We did it. It's time to do it again, and encourage the entire community to participate rather than a very small group. So that's where I would like to see us go, to bring this back at the next, or at a future meeting. Doesn't have to be the next one.
Okay. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, my concern is on this task force track for quite some time now. A lot of people have become involved. People have applied and been chosen, and we're just gonna shift gears here. I'm troubled by it. I don't see why we would just suddenly change direction so dramatically. And some of the issues here, it looks like, you know, some of the things that we've discussed, like we talked about whether the committee would advise who it would advise, and we talked about the importance that the committee advise the council, because we're the elected officials. They advise us on policy, and then we direct the city manager on implementation, and she supervises the police chief. You know, there's a structure around doing that here, and I thought we were all on the same kind of wavelength about that. But now it sounds like this is more like a committee that is going to advise and maybe provide oversight to the chief of police outside of the ordinary, you know, elected official, city manager, police chief structure. And that concerns me for a whole variety of reasons. That could create a lot of mixed messages to our police about what they should and should not be doing. I don't know.
So let me ask this: as far as the task force, what was the framework that was implemented after we select the members?
Say that again.
What was the framework for this task force that was implemented? Because right now we're at the stage where we've selected the members, but we haven't provided them with a charge. We haven't given them direction. So they can have the meeting, but what has been laid out for them to proceed? And you're absolutely right. This whole committee is not to tell the chief what to do. That was not my envision on a committee overseeing the chief and, you know, running the operations like that. No, the goal is to create a cohesive relationship with the community and people that are part on this committee, so we can form a stronger relationship for our community when it comes to policing. That was it.
So this is
if we
wait, I misunderstood then. I was asking.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a charge for the task force. This isn't a replacement of the task force. No.
No. My question, when you said that it would be confusing sending missed messages, I asked, what was the charge for the task force?
Well, the task force charge certainly includes community relations. that was essential to what the task force was for, wasn't it? I didn't. Okay, I'll leave it to folks.
Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Have to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer there was a resolution that started the track towards the task force, and it does have a charge for the task force. I don't know that it helps to read it now, but what the task force is going to do is laid out in that resolution what it is to consider.
And it included community relations, most definitely. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, okay, well, so maybe I'll read it. Be it further resolved that the task force shall provide a report to the city council to make recommendations of key action steps for the city council to consider regarding community policing, public safety, and community relations. Establish open communication with community and police to increase understanding of procedures and policies. Increase police department understanding of community needs and perceptions. So that's the charge that is in that resolution, and that resolution is 2021-07.
Councilmember McQuaid.
I was going to also kind of comment on, because I brought the documents up. In the original documents, that was actually, as approved by council, those actually were the purposes and outcomes. It's all semantics, but just to read on, it says the charge of the task force to examine policies and practices, especially those that have negatively impacted community members, and relationships, to include data collection and identify key racial equity challenges to prioritize, research best practices in other jurisdictions and examine possible alternatives, define communication pathways of various stakeholders to include community input, as well as progress of the work, to ensure an environment where members of the public feel safe calling on and interacting with the police. So between what Mayor Jordan or Vice Mayor Jordan read and what I read, I think that's what we envisioned that the task force would be doing. That's totally different from what you have.
So my at least my conversation with the city manager was that the police chief had already made changes to the policies and things that was, so that's why I was like, well, if these things have already been made by the police department and the chief, then what would be their charge? So that's where I'm trying to get clarity at, and that was information given to me. Councilmember Tiedemann.
I've got a lot of thoughts on this, but before we get really deep into discussion, I wanted to make sure we went to public comment, and then I have lots of things to say.
That's fine. We can go to public comment. Go ahead, Ann.
Hi, everybody. Brian Beal here. I've had a history of involvement with the police here in Albany. Kind of started out with the National Night Out and CERT programs, and then I got involved in some of the community meetings we had talked about, or that are being talked about here. I haven't been involved in the task force due to, I think, the time that it was meeting didn't work for me or something, but I think I understand where this resolution is going. And I think, to me, the word task force sounds like a temporary thing, and temporary is really not what we need here. We need some sort of permanent solution to structure. The one thing parallel to this that I'm aware of is, I believe, the city of Berkeley and the city of Oakland have commissions like this. And I believe some of those are actually elected commissions. So that said, my one concern about this was the selection of the members. It seems to me this should be a commission. It's just like any other commission in the city of Albany, that each of the city council members should get to appoint someone. The extra members should come from somewhere. The thing about if someone leaves, is missing, then you get an extra. That doesn't make any sense to me. There should be like 7 to 9 members of the commission. If one of them's missing, you have the meeting without it. Make it just like anything else, but it might be different as to where you get those extra members. Like, maybe from Parks and Recreation Commission, maybe from the school board, because those are people that have But the main thing is that this is policing something we got to do together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Nick Pilch here, Albany resident. I don't see why, after all this work and quite a bit of discussion and debate, we would suddenly change course away from the task force. I think the task force was assembled or created to deal with an urgent discussion that needs to be had in the community to figure out, to discuss all the possibilities going forward, including perhaps the creation of a new subcommittee after the task force's work is done. I would not at all recommend that we throw out all the work that's behind the task force and risk alienating all the community members that have been involved in that for this substitute. But it very well might be that this body, the subcommittee, is the right thing to do after the task force has finished its work. But I urge you to continue along the road of having the task force meet and do its work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, this is Greg Downs. I appreciate you all taking this up and this opportunity to speak. I wanted to have been involved in the discussions with the task force and back to SEJC last year. This proposal seems to me to incorporate many, indeed virtually all of the good ideas behind the creation of the task force, but also to recognize something that we always have heard over what's now the past 10 months of the urgency of action and the necessity of demonstrating a real and permanent commitment to public engagement. So rather than a rejection of the task force, this seems to me to represent a fulfillment of its mission and an effort to ensure that we recognize the need for permanence. For more than 10 months, there have been sustained calls for development of public review of policing and public safety, not from any radical agenda, but a simple belief in the foundational principles of U.S. government. The country was founded on the ideas of checks and balances, and that what protects the public is the fact that many hands touch the areas of governance that affect us. But the city of Albany has not implemented this basic American principle to policing, even though many other cities, well under 75,000 people, though somewhat larger than us, but cities like Davis, Claremont, Novato, Tulare, and others, implement such common sense policies. And the slowness in action, the task force that still hasn't met, the survey that still hasn't been launched, has raised understandable, though I hope misplaced, cynicism and skepticism. So our ability to convey the seriousness of our intention, that we will embrace common sense reforms and build a permanent public commission that can be a springboard for further discussion of how to build and implement the goals that have been articulated, would be a way of building trust and better public engagement in the city, and I urge you to act on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
I can't believe I get to go after Greg Downs. I could just say what he said, and then I guess I could stop talking, but I have some other thoughts, but I totally agree with Greg. I think what this does is exactly that. It takes the ideas that have been put forward and makes it permanent, which is so it's a city committee rather than a task force that will end. The idea of now having a task force that then goes on to create a committee just seems ridiculous. Like when they were setting up the task force in the first place, I remember there was a pre-task force that was like that. I mean, it's just been going on forever, and risking alienating the community members, as somebody, I think maybe Nick Pilch, but somebody said it, I think it's just the opposite. This is a relief to me. Contrary to feeling alienated, I feel like, yes, this is what we need. We need something that is permanent, that there's communication. I completely support it. And I also support the idea that the people that are on the committee will not be chosen by city council members. I think you have the danger of favoritism, somebody that somebody already knows, somebody that just wants to be on the committee and knows the right person to be appointed. I think the idea of having 2 members from SCJC and two city council members, so that people have to talk together and figure out who are the best people that fit these different points of view, different life experiences, definitely have people of color, not have an all white committee. Anyway, I was really excited to see this, and I hope that you will not get in the way of doing this and not feel like it's not what you had planned, or this is too much of a surprise, or some kind of attitude that gets in the way of actually moving forward. So and also I would just want to say the strategic planning with the cops, I went to that, and there were like 3 community members and 20 cops in the room. So it was not a community thing at all.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Oh boy, it's Jeremiah here, and I get to follow Julie. How great. Tough act to follow. So, I just want to say a few things. Obviously the big elephant in the room is, the fact that I was chosen for this task force based on an application I filled out. Nobody picking me even knew it was me. It's all blacked out. That was back in December, January. And ever since I found out I was selected for the task force, I've been doing things every day. Here it is, April. I think I was chosen back in January, if I'm not mistaken. January, maybe, I'm not sure. It's been a while. I've already been taking action. I've already done a lot of things to help the community. I have implemented ideas, for when a police officer interacts with an unhoused person, give them an envelope with resources inside, the phone number to Albany Cares, phone number to, free laundry, right? Free laundry program, how to interact with homeless people, offer them resources instead of just saying, hey, get out of here. You can't be in Albany, right? So I'm trying to find a solution to where every homeless person is given a chance. Every homeless person is given an envelope with the resource guide. There was a unhoused gentleman on canes. I was asked, to step in and help out instead of the police. I was called to duty instead of the police department to get involved because if person was going to get arrested. So I went out there and did what I could, offered the guy some water and a mask, and try to connect him with Albany Cares. So I've already taken action the moment. I really love to be on this task force. I was selected before the Social and Economic Justice. Please give me a chance and an opportunity to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Yvette Leung, and what I like about the direction of this conversation is that the City of Albany take a broader lens and a look at the development of a public safety department that's inclusive of police and mental health providers and conflict de-escalation staff. I love the idea of more community engagement and listening campaigns. What I would ask is that, I was trained on conflict mediation at the same time that the Oakland Police Department was having their community mediators. So I'm familiar with their model, that they actually had their body monitored and reported directly to the mayor and the city council, that they provided recommendations directly to the mayor and the city council, that they are looking at the data and the complaints, and then actually mediating issues between the community and the police. The last thing I would say is that I also was chosen to be on that task force. And I'm actually open to changing it because I haven't, besides doing the application, I haven't done anything else. I am interested in being a part of some of these conversations, but I don't have to be doing it in this task force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to speak in support of this proposition or that is before you all. I guess just commenting, I think that it is so critical that a body that is dealing with a force like the police have a level of independence. And this is what I think is perhaps some of the rationale that is in sort of a redo of this committee. So the fact that it has a level of independence, even from the city council, I think is actually really important, because we know that power can be, pretty tricky to deal with in a city, and police represent power. So even I really like the fact that that this body would be very independent, and also just to echo what people have said about it being permanent. The last thing that I wanted to say is that it is so critical that we be looking at data, and the reason I guess I wanted to bring this up is because I work in the city of Berkeley, and the work that the sort of independent eye on the police force in Berkeley has come up with some pretty startling findings. And I think that the more independent, the more outside eyes on Albany's police force, the better we will be as a community.
Thank you for your comment. I believe that's it. So I'll bring it back to the council. Hold on, Councilmember Tiedemann. So let's go back to the recommendation. I know there was Councilmember Nason. I wanted to explain the committee is charged with offering advice to the city council and the police chief based upon the committee's engagement with public comments and questions in order to help the city plan budget for public safety and to help the chief continue to improve the department responsiveness to the community needs. That is the recommendation that was written on this memo. Not only that, the task force, I know people have brought up the task force, that has not started. The last couple of city council meetings, I think it was back in February, the charge was to go back and revisit the selection. So again, there's another delay because for whatever reasons or explanation that was given at that time. Again, this committee for our city, I think it would benefit us. I think it would progressively move us forward to having a robust program in place that is long-term and not just 6 months. And then we just done something to do something. No, I think that our community members deserve more. And this is what we can do to help our community members to engage more with the police department and form that strong relationship. Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've got a lot of thoughts on this one, but to start, I wasn't on the city council when the task force discussion was happening, but I tried to attend as many meetings as I could and listen to the discussion. And I think an important note there is that we've heard from a couple of people tonight from the public about this, but the huge amount of people who were here when we were discussing, what should Albany Police look like? What should the task force look like? That came out and expressed a huge amount of deeply held feeling are not here tonight. We've heard from a lot of people who are kind of city council regulars, which is not a bad thing. I thank you all for coming to our meetings and caring about this sort of thing. But it's obvious that we don't have their input because, and this is one of the things I regret about our response, is that we didn't strike as much as we could have when the iron was hot, when we had a bunch of people coming out and making their opinions clear. And my worry about this, and my really big worry about this item, is that what the task force process told those people who came out and made clear their opinions and took the time, people who normally wouldn't come to these meetings, was that the time to make those points clear and to make themselves heard about what they wanted policing to look like in Albany, that was going to come with the task force, that we weren't going to do it at the council level, that the task force was going to have that charge. And that was made clear in the charge, and we got really close, and we just had to go back and have one meeting to change one person. I don't think that's a huge delay, and I think we could have done it a while ago when we sent that back and then gotten the task force started. I think changing it now, regardless of our intention, feels disingenuous to those people who came and made themselves heard and were told, okay, we are going to consider this seriously in a real community process, and that venue for that to happen is the task force. And the reason I'm disturbed about this is not the permanence. I'm fine with the permanence of this committee, but the fact that it's a relations committee. I have full confidence that the police chief has made some changes, but those changes, haven't included everything that was discussed. We had people arguing for us to do things up to and including fundamentally changing how police works in Albany, reducing their presence in our community. We have not had a place where people can consider that. And I don't think the demands from everybody were focusing on, we need better relations with our police. They were focusing on, we need to fundamentally re-examine how policing works. And that's why I think that, the task force as its charge exists is good, because it has that charge to consider that fundamental question of what policing should look like, up to and including things that have already been done maybe, but also including extreme things that, some of us may not support, but include reducing cops' presence in Albany and reducing their budget and moving it to other services. I don't see that charge in this relations force. And that's why I'm really wary of it. And because I think it could be seen as disingenuous to those people who we told would have their chance to make their voice heard with the task force. And now we are changing the task of the committee, and we're changing it to something very different. And I don't think that is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tudeman. Councilmember Nason?
I agree with those comments. And I want to say, this may very well be the direction that the task force decides to take. What I'm not comfortable with is dissolving the task force before it's met. We need to give. We've gone down a certain track. We've involved a lot of people. We've made a bunch of decisions. A lot of time has been spent. I think we need to stay with what we've got and give it a chance to show what it can do.
All right.
And this may be what it wants to do, but let's give them the chance to do their work.
All right. I want to thank you all, council members, for your feedback. We'll go ahead and table this. We'll move forward with the task force and making sure that we have a meeting set up in place to revisit the members of that task force, so we can go ahead and start moving in that direction. All right. With that said, we will go to item number 12.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yep.
Can someone define tabling an item for me? Does that mean it automatically will come back at some point, or does that mean it's dead?
We are going to go ahead and move forward with the task force, and if the item comes back up, it will be coming back up on the agenda. But for now, we'll let it ride.
Okay, that didn't answer my question, but okay, let's move on.
Item number 12, please. Council Subcommittee reports. Vice Mayor Jordan.
So the Stop Waste Board met. I don't have anything specific to report from that. I will report that I met with Stop Waste staff that is contracted to Bayren to continue discussions on the potential, and if there is a potential opportunity, to use DD funding through Bayren for supporting building electrification. And staff there is quite interested in that opportunity. Obviously, I made no commitments. I just wanted to identify if there was interest on that partner side, and there is. And so now we'll be needing to construct a process for how that opportunity gets further explored in the by the advisory bodies, by city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yeah, we had a couple EBC meetings, including a board meeting and the first meeting of the Marketing, Regulatory, and Legislative Committee. We got a fairly high-level view of some marketing legislative programs or marketing and regulatory programs that EBC needs to be aware of there. So we'll delve into the real meat of that committee next time. It mainly discussed a few ongoing programs at EBCE, as well as some rule changes about how localities change their default energy. And I'll have more updates about the ongoing process to change Albany's default energy, because we have to by the end of the year in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Councilmember McQuaid?
Thank you. I've attended, as probably the rest of you, lots of webinars. The Everyone Home Leadership Board, I held a Zoom meeting with all of my advisory body members. Several of us were at the ribbon cutting the other day at the new thrift store for the Humane Society. And I attended 2 rallies against hate, especially focusing on our Asian American community members.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes, I attended the ACTC meeting. There was nothing of specific to Albany, although I did want to mention that there was a ceremony with regard to safe routes to school, and I hope that we will return to safe routes to school issues in the near future, because we have so much potential there. And I have also been to innumerable webinars and have attended a rally against hate. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we'll go to item number 13, future agenda items. I'll go around the room. Councilmember Nason, I'll start with you.
No, nothing I haven't mentioned before.
Councilmember Tiedemann? Vice Mayor Jordan?
Nothing for me, although I do note a member and attendee has raised their hand, maybe at the end of the reports, I'm not sure.
Hold on one sec. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan, for catching that. Councilmember McQuaid?
Nothing.
All right, we'll go ahead. Jeremiah, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know if we were going to end before 10:30. I was just going to remind you guys to extend the meeting if you had to, but looks like it might be wrapped up by 10:30. I was just going to say, for future agenda item, there's a lot going on in this world, right? Albany stands united against hate. There's a lot of hate regarding religion and the color of people's skin. And it seems like a lot of hate on horses. You know, lives matter. No matter what color your skin, lives matter. Animal lives matter. Just lives matter, right? Whether you're a human or a horse. You know, we all deserve respect. And that's what it comes down to. You know, I just think maybe a future agenda item could be, you know, world peace. I don't know, some sort of solution on all this, some sort of update on what we're going to do about the mistreating of horses, you know, the mistreating of people, and what we're going to do as a community to do the best we can.
Jeremiah, your time is up.
Thank you, Ann. Keep up the good work, Ann. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. Are there any more comments, Ann?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you so much. And so just to be clear on future agenda items, the next city council meeting that comes up on April 19th, there will be a resolution for the AAPI that will be on that agenda. And then the following meeting, I believe it's May 3rd, there will be a proclamation for the AAPI community. So those two will be on the agenda for ceremonial matters. With that said, I would like everyone to govern themselves to the current meetings, city meetings and events that are coming up on item number 14. And before I adjourn, is there any city council members or vice mayor that would like to say something? Councilmember McQuaid, I haven't forgotten. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to mention the passing of one of our, a member of our Albany community, but I may be I may be stepping in front of Councilmember McQuaid. Were you planning?
Yes, you.
Why don't you go first?
Go ahead, Councilman McQuaid.
Okay, I sadly have two this evening. The first one being Eugene Hellwig, and I'll give you a little information on him. And also former police chief Larry Murdo passed away over the weekend. But just to give you a few words on Gene Hellwig, he passed away on March 7th at age 96. He was born at 1235 Marin Avenue in Albany, across the street from what was to become Albany Hospital and later the Library Community Center. He graduated from Albany High School in 1943, but had already enlisted in the Navy the previous December, so his mother had to go to school to pick up his diploma. He was a veteran of World War II, the Korean War, and served on the ship USS Mississippi. During his youth, he delivered the Oakland Tribune paper to customers in Albany and had various part-time jobs to help pay for his hot rods. After returning from military service, he dropped out of college to take a job with Pacific Bell Telephone Company and worked there until he retired in 1985. In addition to his day job with the phone company, he served with the Albany Police Department as a reserve officer for more than 20 years. Gene was a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, attending church as a member of the Berkeley ward. In addition, he served many years as an ordinance worker in the Oakland Temple of the church. Through the years attending the Berkeley ward, he was totally dedicated to his beliefs and willing to assist anyone, anywhere that may need a helping hand. He was an active participant with the Albany Little League, and he was also always ready with a story of old Albany and a welcome grin. He married his wife, Donna, in 1948, also an Albany High graduate, and was married almost 68 years. They had 4 children and numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and he will be missed by all who knew him. And then if I may go on to former police chief Larry Murdo, passed away on April 3rd. Chief Murdo joined the Albany Police Department in 1973 and was elected chief April 8th, 1986. He was credited with installing the modern light bars on the patrol cars and modifying the cars with additional safety features. Under his leadership, the department hired the first female police officer, Renee Boyce. Chief Murdo was instrumental in getting several grants from the California Office of Traffic Safety, which focused on teen buckling up, safe driving, obeying all traffic laws, and never drinking and driving. This was the start of the Elvis and the Lawman program, which was a very successful award-winning program. Under Chief Murdo, the police department began using its first computer-assisted dispatch and records management system, replacing handwritten dispatch logs and 1930s era type 3x5 cards for police incidents. He also was instrumental in the beginning of the Drug Abuse Resistance Education Program, the Albany Police Activities League, and the School Resource Officer Program. Chief Murdo retired in 2002 as the last elected police chief for the city of Albany. He was known for his high energy personality and his well-articulated memos regarding recent court case decisions and new policy changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason.
Thank you. I would like to honor the memory of Jeff Chin, who was an Albany resident. He was a former member of Albany's when we had a civil service commission. He was a volunteer for that. He was a graduate of Albany High School, class of 1974, and he was for almost 30 years a teacher. Most of his time was spent teaching kindergarten in Marin County. And I wanted to just read something that he said about teaching kindergarten that I thought was very inspirational. He said, he will, this was written upon his retirement just a few years ago. He said he will miss the things the little kids give you, things that most people don't get in a normal day's work, like kids saying, "I love you, Mr. Chin," and giving you a hug, or "I found this on the way to school this morning," and they hand you a dead worm. He says that, "I hope, having taught hundreds of kids at 4 different grade levels, that I gave them all a love of learning, and that they all felt understood and respected when they were in my class. And he did a lot of volunteer work. He volunteered at Alcatraz Island and other places involving educational outreach and habitat restoration, and he will be terribly missed.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Nason. It's during these times that we reflect on family and how important it is and how we cherish each moment. So we definitely want to extend our prayers to the families that they may be comforted during this time of their loss, and to those that have been impacted by losses this year. So thank you both for bringing that to the council and the city's attention about these leaders and residents who have made a true impact in our community. And with that said, I would like to say good night. Thank you all to the city council members, city manager, city attorney, all of those who helped to make this night possible. Good evening. Meeting adjourned.